Hello and welcome to another week of the Abuse Cartoons live stream. Oh, hey, K5. It's been a while. Nice to see you. And hey, Rev. How's it going? Wow. How's the job going? I hope everything's working out well. Yeah, this is a little bit later than usual. I thought I would try to stream over into election day as long as possible. I don't know when polls open, but I'm sure it's not that early. Nice. Yeah, so back again. But yeah, good to see you. Hope everything is going well. Yeah, here there's all kinds of speculation and news programs trying to analyze the American election. I'm not quite sure what they think they know or what they think they can talk about. But yeah, and I'm noticing more and more that a lot of Japanese news is actually filtered through the UK. So I think a lot of their news sources and things are UK based because they seem to have the same version of events that British news is talking about, or like BBC. So something like that. So just like they chose their to educate in the beginning, they chose to educate in British English. They're still sticking with British news. Yeah. Notifications have been very random with streams. I've had a lot of people tell me that. They ask me if I'm still streaming or when am I on. And it doesn't help that I'm not on at a regular time. Or it's semi-regular. All right. And it's a national holiday. I'm not sure which one. Today is a national holiday in Japan, so my daughter's at home today. I can look that up, actually. Let me see. Oh, Culture Day. Yes. Yeah, and there was an election on Monday. There was an election in Osaka City. But it was mostly over, I don't know what they would call them here, but kind of like a referendum to combine. So there's so it's kind of like they want to combine county and city services because people are kind of doubly taxed and paying twice for things. And there was a movement by the young mayor or governor, I don't know, the Osaka City head to consolidate those things and make things easier because there's kind of redundant positions and things. And so he pled his case on Twitter, on Japanese Twitter, and of course only younger people are reading that, and then all the older people are being fed from from the opposing party or his enemies that this is just some kind of power grab, or there's something wrong with this. So the old people voted against it, the young people voted for it, and of course, being Japan, the old people won. So it didn't pass, but eventually it will. They just have to keep bringing it up. But it's the same system, I guess, that Tokyo is running on, just because it makes things more efficient, and the less like local bureaucracy, I guess, the better. Nice. That's good. Early day. Yeah, just in time to enjoy the the beginning of the madness. I love all the speculation. Just people are full of, and it's like all the predictions for election day remind me of kind of end of the world scenarios, like when doomsday cults are like, on this day, this day and date in this year, the world will end, and you go and you pass that day and like, well, okay, well, it wasn't that day, but it was another one. So all of these pundits and analysts and professionals with all of their well, this is, if this goes like this and then this is like this, they're predicting how things are going to play out and are probably totally wrong. And it doesn't even matter. Like, it doesn't matter how wrong they are once we find out what really happens. Except you have those people that when they do their predictions, it's always followed by, and they were correct in every election they ever predicted. Always people that are predicting things have been correct in every way that they've ever predicted anything ever. Or like a chicken or whatever. There's always those random things. This chicken has picked the winning candidate in every election. And suddenly all of this just goes away. But it'll be nice. It's not, of course in the news as much here, but it's kind of all over YouTube and social media, and I would like that to not be overwhelming everything. Of course, the only sane vote is for Kanye. Early voting for Kanye. Yeah, so we shall see. Yeah, I just like the people that are so casually talking, takeover and revolution if they don't get the results that they want. I really don't think those people know what they're up against. But it'll sure be fun to watch the chaos. I mean, if you're a fan of anarchy and chaos, this has been probably a great year for you. Seems like it's been nothing but... Alright, that's kind of close. But yeah, it'll be really funny. And always I think I said before that it was funny, like European newspapers loved it in 2000 when America didn't have a president for until well into January. They had all kinds of fun laughing about the failures of American democracy. They give us a statue and then they laugh at us. But there we go. Yeah, I want to do not something too political. I should do some cartoon about like two bad choices kind of thing. That's always the election. Always what it comes down to is hold your nose and vote. But nothing very clever, like no clever image or interesting idea popped into my head, so I'll just keep coming up with stuff. Yeah, I wonder if the incumbent gets a second term. I wonder if that's going to change the thinking, and it's going to be I guess it's a Republican thing, right? So, like Reagan, and then Schwarzenegger, and actually no, I think in what was it, Minnesota? The wrestling governor was a Democrat. He had to have been. Or he's just kooky now, so it's hard to tell. But yeah, it seems like the Republicans were using that celebrity thing. And there was a rumor that they tried really hard to get John Wayne to run, but he couldn't stay sober long enough to get through events with the donor, kind of the backers, the money people. They couldn't get him through a dinner or anything sober, so he didn't come across as being able to handle it very well. I don't know how true that is, but that makes sense, kind of image-wise, or like, his public persona. That makes sense, but yeah, so they got Reagan instead. But yeah, so it must have been much earlier on, because I think John Wayne died he wasn't very old. Anyhow, Arnold, yeah, that was weird. I was in Los Angeles when that happened, and they had that Gray Davis was like ousted. I forget the term, but they had to have a midterm election, and because it's California, and it was an open ballot, so anybody could declare their candidacy for governor in this weird midterm. There was some kind of scandal, some kind of money scandal or something, and so Gray Davis was taken out of office, and they needed to replace him with this like midterm election, and every porn star and just wackadoo in California put themselves on the ballot. And so in the midst of all of that, to have Schwarzenegger be this candidate was very odd. And then all the governor stuff, and then all of his campaign speeches were, quotes from movies. It was all Terminator, lines from Terminator. Yeah, that was very odd. Yeah, I wonder how much he regrets that, because he lost I guess not that long, but he lost a few years of being able to make films, and because of that. And I wonder if that was a lot of money lost. I don't know, because no one is paying him to give political speeches or write books or anything the same way other politicians are. After he's out of office, he just goes back to, and he just went back to making movies in his old age. So I don't know. Yeah, I think I forget, I was watching something about the history, like Conan. So Schwarzenegger was the first in the John Milius movie. He played Conan, and then did like Conan the Destroyer, I think, like a PG version. And then they're talking about doing like a King Conan movie or something. And I think that got screwed up by his governorship. And then they were going to do an Amazon series of Conan, and then the CEO or some head of Amazon Prime or whatever the streaming division is, killed that project. So they were going to do Conan something, and I think it's just never going to happen. And Arnold's getting so old that it's not going to be very believable unless he's deathbed Conan. But yeah, I remember the history of that, and yeah, they talked about how scripts were floating around, and things got screwed up. But yeah, that was a really weird election, because nothing seemed real. There were so many crazy people running for governor of California, and so his candidacy seemed like a joke too. It just seemed too extreme, but of course he had the right people behind him, so it happened. And there were endless, him not being able to pronounce the the name of the state he was governor for. All right. There we go. All right, this is a weird perspective for boxes. I think I need to stop doing that. Yeah, so being far away from this is not a bad thing. There definitely won't be any looting or rioting here, based on what happens. There may just be invasions of Taiwan and and enhanced military presence of the Chinese, depending on the results of the election. Yeah, so I'm very suspicious of the Japanese media when they're reporting, because they've kind of pivoted away from being very negative about Trump, because during his first term they were very negative. The press was very negative here. And they loved Obama because there was a city named Obama in Japan. So it kind of became a little bit of a tourist destination for a while, because they were selling Obama t-shirts, Obama Japan t-shirts. But the media loved Obama and was really rough on Trump. And then closer to this election just kind of pivoted and started to, complain the same way that they were calling Trump racist and sexist. Now Biden is like suspect for smelling kids or whatever. So that was a really weird thing. And I don't know what motivated that, but for Japanese news to do is depict, it just kind of shift away from their Trump narrative into this weird thing. But I do not want to talk about politics the whole time. I gotta quit doing that. But that was just very suspicious. I don't know what that is. But the narrative, the kind of agenda of Japanese television is really it's not very hidden at all. I mean, I'm sure a lot of Japanese people don't see it very well, but they reinforce really hard, get married, have kids, get a job for life at a company. Like there's certain social norms that the TV shows really, really reinforce. And any celebrities or anybody that kind of talks against that is kind of ridiculed. And it's in a pretty subtle way, but they're ridiculed very much. And there's like strange things like shows that follow Japanese people that are expatriates that live abroad, that don't live in Japan, because all Japanese people travel, but very rarely do Japanese people move to abroad. And so there's a show that kind of finds Japanese people living like South America, or just kind of just rare, very different cultures than their own, not in Asia or anything, but or actually no, I think there was in Southeast Asia and stuff. And they really try to show them in the worst light possible, and like, look how difficult and strange their life is, and wow, isn't it crazy that they left Japan? So it's this really weird agenda of just reinforcing, like, don't leave the country, this is the best possible place, look at what your life would be like, because they show them they just show them in really weird, compromising, and drinking too much, and it's just very weird. It's very odd, but you see that over and over again, and it's especially high pressure for young women. I think get married and have kids thing is just underlies everything. So they don't. They're not very subtle with that. You feel that very much, but I'm not sure if the average Japanese person picks up on that. How much they get, just like maybe the average person in the 50s in the U.S. Didn't pick up on kind of the you want to buy a house or the white picket fence and you want 2 children. They didn't pick up on that messaging either. But who knows? It's just it's very interesting to see how obvious it is here. All right. Ay. Hey Luffy, I'm drawing various things. This is kind of the warm-up phase of the cartoon, so I often don't come to this stream without any ideas, so I'm just drawing little various objects. So my cartoon is little household items, or just kind of recognizable inanimate objects, kind of what is that? The humanized or anthropomorphized. playing out like a little drama. So it's a picture and a joke, and it's just dramas with little familiar items. Hence the title, domestic abuse, because it's a lot about just personal or little tragedies and little dramas between these little inanimate things that have little eyes on them by the time I'm done with it. So this is a weekly single panel gag cartoon that I draw for Go Comics. So if you want to read some of them, you can go to gocomics.com/domestic abuse and see what these are eventually going to look like. So this is just kind of the drawing phase where I try to just draw some various objects and try to come up with some interaction or think about story or something that just kind of sparks an idea. So this is just talking and drawing. And the talking slows down the drawing, and maybe the drawing distracts the talking as well. Hey, Sedona. How's it going? Yeah, nice. It's a late one this week. Ah, there you go. Perfect. Yes, I think that's the Go Comics tagline. Thank you, K5. You're better at promoting me than I am on myself, that's for sure. But yeah, stick around, Luffy, or check something in the archive and kind of see the process. So I do 2 cartoons during the week. They come out Tuesday and Thursday. And so this is part of one of them. And so as you can see, I just kind of doodle various things. I think some of these boxes aren't going to work just because of their weird overhead perspective. But yeah, it's just this every week. So the background is pretty neutral. Is there a can? Yeah, maybe that disappeared. Yeah, the background is pretty neutral. So things are kind of, they can be anywhere, and it's just the context of the joke that kind of tells you if it's like a kitchen counter or off a desk in an office or something. Which is not really domestic. I guess I've done that a bit, like kind of office supplies. All right, what happened to my... There it is. My spray can. The previews are tiny. Under the chat log, you can the layers. They give you a preview of everything, but they're really small, so it's easy to lose stuff. But at least you can click on pixels now and select things. It used to be you had to find the layer. So when you had hundreds of layers and you needed to find where some shadow or some coloring was, it was pretty difficult. Oh, that's right. Yes. Yes. The orange with the big W. So did anybody, what was the deal over the weekend with Halloween? Did anybody actually do anything, or was everything kind of forced to be inside or restricted? Inside or outside, I guess. Force some kind of restriction. Yeah, it got, things got shut down. I mean, the celebration, it can get kind of big, but it's just a bunch of 20-somethings dressed up as zombies kind of congregating. And some bars have Halloween parties, so you see a lot of, and it looks like in some situations it looks like they rent girls, like there's paid girls to make a Halloween party look interesting. Because I've seen a couple of those places where a lot of the bars have a very if they're not those old guy drinking places, those little hole in the wall kind of places, they're kind of open so you can see what's going on inside. And I think they hired some talent to kind of dress as sexy bunnies or whatever and just kind of mingle around to get people to come into the bar. Saw that a few years. So that kind of thing happens. So it's definitely a drinking holiday compared to the US. But yeah, all the public stuff was stopped. Yes, right. That's right. Yeah, right. All those huge bags of fun-sized candies are now going to be 50% off. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's been so long since I've been in one of those candy aisles where it's just, it's like 50 yards of candy on both sides, and you can like smell the candy even though it's like wrapped in layers of plastic. It smells like the candy aisle. It's been a while since I've been in one of those. The candy sections are they're different here, and they're a bit smaller, maybe less chocolate and things, so it's not the same smell. But yeah, I remember that about Halloween. That giant candy section is has its own fragrance. Uh, all right. Yes, I think they did some kind of virtual Halloween thing for anybody that wanted to do the typical the big Tokyo event. But I'm not sure what that was. Like, I'm not sure. They said that they like modeled. So I don't know if it was a VR thing or some kind of like just online 3D avatar thing. But you could actually go to like a 3D simulation of that space, that kind of intersection and area where everybody congregates. But I don't know. I don't know what that meant. I should look it up and see. It's probably so depressing though. It's not. It's not worth looking up. The wall of candy. Right, right, right. Yeah, that's a good idea. All the stuff on sale, because sometimes they have awesome like skull or eyeball lights and things. Yeah. Sometimes the designs get real creative because they have to come up with something different every year. They can't try to sell you the same thing. But always some yeah, funny stuff. Yeah, my mother, after I moved to Japan, my mother was in the habit of always sending me a box of reduced Christmas decorations and things after the season. So at the end of the year, we'd always have a box of Christmas stuff for next year, which is fun because you forget about it. You just kind of put it away and you forget about it, and then when Christmas comes back around, you're like, oh wow, yeah, that's right, we have all this stuff we didn't even remember. We didn't even know about because you kind of barely look at it. This way. Nice. Mm. Yeah, I gotta come up with something. Kind of two of something. I don't know. I don't know if that's a very good idea. But just a couple of bad choices. Oh, cool. A skull collection. That's nice. Oh, game wise, yeah, I haven't played much lately. Yeah, because I've got PlayStation down here and then some PC games. I think the last thing I played was, yikes, what was it? Oh, the Doom Trooper. This company did a digital version of the old '90s Doom Trooper kind of card game. See, that's the last thing that I played very much of, and I played some of the kind of Warhammer title stuff, like Inquisitor. There was a new version or new DLC for that came out, and that's basically like Diablo. It's like a Diablo clone, only with 40k themes. And I haven't been playing. There's I'm trying to think of nothing's jumped out at me recently. I didn't want to. I wasn't super interested in like any of the big releases lately. Like I didn't play Last of Us 2 or anything, because I didn't play Last of Us, the first Last of Us. It was a free game on PlayStation one of these months. The remaster was, and I downloaded it, but just never played it. But a lot of people, said a lot of good things. Yeah, just some games. It's weird. There's some games you just have to get over the not so super excited about the idea, but you hear people saying a lot of good stuff about it. And to start those games, it's been difficult. I'm trying to think of a good example of that. Horizon, was it Horizon Zero Dawn? I got that really cheap, and I had a couple of friends that just absolutely loved it, and I just can't start it. I just can't like be in the mood for it ever. I'm really getting a little disturbed. I wonder if it's an Asian thing or what it is. But why have there been, and it's not like a huge series of them, but why have there been always these weird redhead Caucasian characters? So these the Jedi Fallen Order or whatever. No. The most recent Star Wars game, not the ship to ship game, the Jedi one. It's a little redhead kid, and then Horizon Zero Dawn is the redhead. It's just like these kind of amorphous looking, not particularly nice looking characters with red hair. Is that like what Asian people think of if they have to do a white character? I'm trying to think of like where that weird look comes from. Because they're very just like, not. I guess it's like that's just a recent trend. You don't want anybody to look too pretty. But all of these weird ginger characters I keep seeing, and that was kind of a turn off. Just the way the character looked in that game kind of turned me off. I don't know why. But then I noticed that with that Star Wars game, it's like, well, what's with all the redheads? Why is that this weird default setting? Is that like super white looking to somebody or what? Yeah. So, what have I? Yeah, I'm trying to think, because I keep looking for things. I keep watching like, live streams and playthroughs and stuff, and to see if there's anything that looks good. And nothing has, I don't know if these are towels or what these are, but nothing has looked particularly amazing lately. No, I haven't. I haven't played Among Us. I was talking to a friend about it, and I didn't even know that it's not a new game. It's been around for a while. It just kind of like clicked. I guess it's one of those things where somebody streams it, and then people enjoy watching it, and then it just becomes a kind of streaming phenomena. But I thought it was like, what's that one? It's a browser-based game. The Salem. What is that? I'm totally. But it's kind of like a Salem witch trial themed multiplayer interactive game, and you have these knights. So everyone has a role. Like you're randomly assigned these roles, and you're two factions, and you're trying to eliminate the other faction, kind of like maybe like werewolf, kind of like that. Was that like a card game or a tabletop game? Werewolf, where you have these night cycles and people are killed in the night. You have the ability to kill people, but how you kill them or what happens to them can give away your role and give away whether you're good or bad. I think it's like Mafia. I think they call it it's like a Mafia side and then like a villager side. And I thought Among Us was like that. But it's a little bit different. It's more like work. You have like jobs and things to do. So there've been other games like that. But no, I've never played that. But initially I thought it was one of those games where, because it's a Salem-based game, like Massachusetts-based game, you can choose to burn somebody, like all vote and burn somebody. So each faction is trying to, take out key players. And because of your role, you have certain abilities, and to either kill people or influence votes or things. And yeah, you just have to get good at deducing by what people do what they are. And I thought that was really fun, kind of deduction game, like Werewolf. But whoa, Rev says Biden landslide. Nice. Oh, cool. Yeah, when Cyberpunk comes out, they delayed it again, didn't they? So it's going to be a while. K5 is strong on Kanye. He's predicting a Kanye landslide. That's funny when yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or if it just feels just the same way that Bloomberg just like bought into the Democratic primaries, just bought his way in towards the end. It's like, can you just do that? Is that a thing now? But yeah. I can't tell. I mean, from this distance, I have no idea. But everybody I know is just kind of locked in. There's not. I don't know any undecided people. Everybody is firm in their position, so it's not much fun to talk politics with family. And I always thought that would never be the case. I always thought that would never be the case because there was always kind of political debate at the dinner table and stuff in my family. And but I guess just once you get to a certain age, like my parents are older now, so you just you're not open to any kind of discussion anymore. You're just like, this is how the world is, and this is how it's got to be. And people just get more and more set in their ways, and it's not very fun to talk about anything. So yeah, I never thought that would be the case, but I guess eventually everybody gets like that. Oh, nice. Luffy's in Ireland. That's cool. K5 will defect to Ireland. All right. So, yeah, and it'll just be interesting. I think the not that it gets uncovered all that often, but I think the electioneering and kind of cheating of this election will be interesting to see because they could easily expose it on both sides, and I think the danger of that is making people lose faith in the validity of an election. That it's always just been this manipulation. So we'll see how much of that there is, but there's all kinds of and already there's been some leaks and hidden camera stuff about people ballot harvesting, and it's legal up to a point because you have older people that aren't very mobile, so they allow people to handle their ballots up to a certain degree, but people are just taking advantages of certain communities and just collecting lots and lots of ballots. But it really seems like with there's only certain places that's going to matter, only like certain counties and certain areas that are even going to be that close. So it has to be very pinpointed. Your cheating has to be very precise. Because you hear people like ballot harvesting in California. It's like, has California ever not voted Democrat? That's pretty odd. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I just can't believe they're talking about Texas being up for grabs. It's like, has Texas ever been blue? That's very weird, especially with the Second Amendment issues. I can't even imagine anybody that's ever said anything about taking people's firearms. It's like, that's how is that possibly gonna play well in Texas? I don't know. Politics. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rev. Yeah, I can imagine. It could just be a nightmare, and there could be like they have to keep the polls open until everyone that's in line votes, right? So if people are like in line for the entire day and then hours and hours and hours past the time, I don't know how they're going to do that, because they have to have some sort of structure and like call it at a certain time. But if you haven't voted, I don't know. It's very weird. Wow. Well, K5, I'm glad to hear you voted, and I'm sure Kanye appreciates he appreciates it. Yeah, there'll be I guess it'll be a fourth party, because I guess the libertarians are got on. I guess people, depending on the area, all kinds of people get on the ticket. But yeah, the West ticket, the West Party. Did he have a party? Did he have some sort of party affiliation? I can't remember Kanye's announcement, but yeah. Nice. Oh, not Kanye. I can't believe that's a betrayal. I think that's a betrayal of a genius, of a self-proclaimed genius. We could have had a genius president, and instead you're going with the status quo. Oh, man. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention too much, just kind of the swing states. So Sedona, you're in Oregon, and K5, you're in, I'm totally blanking. It's like a western state. Thinking like Wyoming, Idaho. I can't remember. But which way does your state usually go? I'm curious. Oh, wow, your mom voted for the first time. Oh, that's crazy. Ah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it always comes down to, I mean, once you get to the end of the campaign, there's been enough mud slung. Oh, California. Okay, I thought you were in. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I thought you were in. Or I'm getting confused. But yeah, that's cool. Hey Joe, how's it going? I didn't see you pop up. I'm missing stuff. Oh man. But this is it. This is the final day of all of this. Well, who knows? Maybe there'll be all kinds of recounting, and yeah, that's crazy too. The in states where there's contested whatever, and they're doing recounts, contested counties and contested votes, the pressure on the governors and stuff is crazy. Remember that? What, in 2000? Yeah, the Florida recount was so nuts, and you saw the governor on there all the time. So it's funny too, all this scandal that all the October surprises and scandal we've been hearing about is just going to go away. It'll just disappear when it's not politically useful. And I liked what was somebody brought up the point when I think it was Cruz. I can't remember if it was when they were talking to the head of Twitter, when they're all yelling by over Zoom or Skype or whatever at the head of Twitter, where it came up, where they're specifically talking about the Hunter Biden story, the New York Post story, and it got to the point where they were saying, well, it's not the involvement of his family, it's the fact that they censored a news story. And there was some question that was, so what Cruz did was just deflect about kids, benefiting from their political parents, careers, they're in office, parents' careers, because I think he's got a son and he's got a kid involved in that same sort of thing. So both parties, most people are influence peddling. And so they can't come down too hard on this influence peddling thing. So that's why they want to release the, crack pipe photos or, whatever salacious stuff they can, because they want to just make this ugly. They don't want you to clearly say, yeah, wait a minute, why are politicians like putting their parents or politicians putting their kids on boards of foreign companies and not registering them as foreign agents of governments or companies, and nobody wants to go there. So the fact that this came up, and that's probably why it's just going to disappear, is because no one wants that discussion to go very far. It's like, that's how we make our money, pimping our kids out for positions on advisory boards or whatever, sitting on boards of directors for energy companies. But everyone does that, so why would there ever be a move to end that? So it'll just be one of those things that they thought might be politically useful, and completely wasn't. I don't know if it changed anybody's mind. Oh no. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, stuck in the snow, that's right. Yeah. Snow already, that's right. It's late October, early November. That can be, all kinds of crazy weather already. Yeah, it's very very strange, though. The all the complaints of all foreign governments meddle in each other's elections, and the CIA in the U.S. is actively involved in political unrest, and so America's not innocent of that either. But the fact that they're pointing to these very minor things that happen every election and trying to make them a big deal, while there is actually media manipulation and things, it's very odd. I just can't I can't see what it all seems very distracting, because I don't think it's going to survive November, any of this news. Although I guess the Google thing, the Justice Department, Google stuff will stick around. Or maybe, that would be funny though, if that just disappeared too. If Biden wins and it's oh, Google, you crazy guys, get out of here. Keep your monopoly, you crazy guys. Ugh. But that would suck if they broke up deregulated, regulated. If they broke up Google and separated Facebook and Google, or not Facebook, YouTube, because YouTube is already such a mess. I can't imagine the crazy changes it would go through with even more like weird, weird requirements and things that it's going to have to do. I mean, ultimately it would be better, but it's been just so the channel, the tabletop channel on YouTube that I've been working on, YouTube is just so punishing to try to figure out how to get things to go anywhere on it, and it just keeps changing with all of the nonsense, all that not for kids stuff, and yeah, just really, really bizarre. So I can't imagine when it's its own thing, it doesn't have any sort of protection, how much more turmoil there'll be. All right, what is any of this? A lot of random packaging. But, yeah, like a box thing, huh? Yeah, like box number 1, box number 2. Yeah, let's see. Well, let me just see if that works. Just to commemorate the day. This is going to be a real easy. Seemed like a real cheap one though. Whoops. A real cheap cartoon. But wait, I'll do something more. Wow, look at that. All right. Oh. Try that again. All right. So this would be the 2 choices deal. Let me see if I can do. I've got a decent font for maybe just some red. Or actually, yeah, maybe we'll do red and blue. Let's see if I've got a font that looks like it belongs on a side of a box. All right. Kind of a thick. Oh, we're doing font. Look at this. We're doing font choices. Let's see. Yeah, something big and readable. Yeah, that might be good. And this is real ham-fisted stuff, but oh well. Ooh. And then just try to make it look more like it's on the side of the box here. There we go. See, isn't that easier than actually drawing? All right, and we'll do the same for the for this one. Just kind of distort it a little bit so it looks like it's actually on the box. There we go. Yeah, something like that, and then I can actually kind of desaturate, or yeah, just lighten them a little bit with opacity to make them look like they're on the box, and then color them. Yeah, so it's just going to be two. Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, the thing with that laptop thing, it really makes me realize, like, both parties are probably purchasing so much information on each other and, you know, waiting to use it. And who are these sources? Like, where are these people that are oops that are peddling all of this you know, blackmail level information? It's like, oh, and it was all on this laptop. But let's see if this works. Yeah, that works. All right, and now, yeah, I'll do this first. Oh, but yeah, I wanted to make it more. Yeah, maybe not 1 and 2. Yeah, whatever. I didn't want to be more ambiguous, but we'll see. All right, something like that. But that's, yeah, it's amazing to think about how many people out there are peddling, you know, getting a hold of things and trying to sell them to foreign governments. All right, let's see if this works, or it actually reads. No. Oh, I thought screen would do that. Yeah, maybe. Multiply is best. Yeah, it's probably the thing that's most interesting about elections is your kind of belief in the system. It's kind of just like with watching a movie or something, a work of fiction. There's a certain amount of suspension of disbelief involved, where you're willing to you know, go along with things up to a point. And if things get pushed too far, that's, you know, where you can lose your political affiliation, political alliance, and it's that's just the line that's always being walked. I'm not sure about that. Oh yeah, maybe just that would be better. But yeah, there's so much that would easily disgust anybody about you know, who you're supporting is running things. That maybe lighter. They just kind of have to ignore it. It's the best of you know, two bad decisions. The best of two bad choices. What the devil you know. In a lot of cases, that's why there is, the incumbent has the advantage, because it's like, well, at least we know exactly how bad that's going to be. Yeah, it was funny. My wife doesn't know a lot about American politics, and she asked me, has there ever been a president that hasn't gotten a second term, American president? And that's funny, because I think this is being presented in the foreign press as like, wow, this is, can't believe, so much is against an incumbent and he's not, he's not going to get reelected, and kind of making it sound rare, but it's not that rare. And it just depends on the mess. Oh yeah, what did I want to do with that? That's happened before. All right. Yeah, I guess it'll be kind of vague enough. All right. So color. Whoops. Oh, I guess that works. Just lighten it up. All right. There we go. Yeah, maybe one more kind of smoking. Oops. Oh, that's way too bright. Oh, right. Yeah, good point, Joe. Really good point. Yeah, and this is only something that they thought would be politically useful right now, and if it's not, then it's just going to disappear. But it does make you wonder, though, how they came across this, or how, just that system of how these things are collected and sold off to them, because wasn't all sitting in one place, I have a feeling, and there just needed to be a way to sell it, to be like, it couldn't have been, they can't just say, oh, some hacker sold this to us, some foreign agent of another government, another country sold this to us to kind of help us in the election. They can't present it like that. So they have to make up a story. Whoa, look at that. About where it came from and how magically it was all in the same place. Maybe a little blur. A little too much special effects on this, maybe. Okay. Huh. Thought for sure that was going to... One more time. Try to blur this a little bit more. Weird. Am I in the right layer? Yeah, has to be. Oh, okay, yeah, it is blurred a little bit. So then take this down a little bit. There we go. Let's make it look a little bit more flamey. Okay, so there's our choices. Ugh, yeah, right. Yes, that's all this is. I was just trying to come up with two, like, bad situations, like two things that are... actually, there would be smoke over here, too, wouldn't there? Two things that you don't want to have to choose between. That's the joke. Oh. Erase. Oh, wow. My keyboard is not... That's weird. Thank you. Okay, where's eraser? This is eraser. Yeah, I just hope that that's not true, that there's going to be nights and nights of rioting. I'm curious, though, if... because Clinton did not want to concede last time. That's why she disappeared from the event, so I'm curious how Biden's going to handle this. Because that was so disappointing for me. I remember that feeling of Gore just kind of conceding, and it seemed like, oh, because all the speculation is, oh, there's more you can do, there's more, fight, there's more ways to fight this, there's more things that can happen, and it just seemed like he gave up, and that was depressing. I remember in 2000. All right, maybe a little bit lighter or something. This looks more like clouds than smoke, but oh well. Maybe blur it a little more. What is going on? I guess the resolution. Yeah, the resolution is just really high. So it takes a lot to get much of a blur effect. Something like that. Yeah, just so it looks a little different. Hey, how's it going? What is in the boxes are your choices. These are, you get either number one, and number two. Those are your choices for the next 4 years. All right. Okay, so is there anything else? So no more boxes. Yeah, I don't think there's much else. Let's just get rid of some of this. Make some room. Stick in a box. Let's try to get back to the pencil. There we go. Yeah, so we will see. The thing that I really don't like, and I see a lot of YouTubers, and it's probably just for clicks, it's probably just for views, that they're doing this, but so many people talk about, culture war or, whatever in America. Can this turn into an actual civil war? And it's obviously very sheltered, really naive people that are talk about any sort of actual civil war. Because unrest, like, the social unrest in America has a long tradition of that, because they don't just shoot you, they don't just black bag you and shoot you in the streets to slow that kind of stuff down. Here, what's going on? You're allowed. What? Okay, the keyboard is just not participating in anything I'm doing anymore. So it's safer, it's safer to be a political, there we go, to politically protest and have an opposing voice. But to legitimately say that, we want, that we want this to be a civil war. I mean, anybody that has any knowledge of what the country went through, when, brothers in the same families were, killing each other, it's just insane. And war is not an option at all, especially for civilians. Like, I don't think people realize, like, because you have all of in the protests, you have people like, yelling medic, and like, somebody, falls down and cuts their finger or whatever, or gets hit with a bottle. It's like medic, like they're playing Fortnite or, Call of Duty or something. But I mean, real war there is no regard for any human life at all. There is no innocence. There is nothing. So if there is actual civil war, it will just be a bloodbath that nobody is going to have accomplished anything from. There's not going to be any. It's just an insane thing for people to say. It's insanely naive to say, well, can this turn into an actual war? That's insane. That is actually insane to even think about that, because once you're at that point, there's no going back. There's no, there's not going to be a way to reconstruct. The losers will lose completely. So I think you want to keep your voice of political opposition, and you want to have the ability to be critical. I don't think you want to lose and then either be silenced or have, I don't know. It's just insane. I don't understand anybody. These are obviously, people that don't have any experience in what that actually means, and haven't had, people dismembered, next to them by actual combats in actual combat situations. It's just crazy. Yes, this is the 24-hour stream edition. Yes. Yeah, Baba Sedona, sorry. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, I'll still be on when you wake up, I'm sure. Yeah. But take it easy. I hope it's a good night. Yeah, we'll see how long I can do this. I can do this streaming. But yeah, I really don't like, because these are just people on YouTube talking about nothing. And I really hate when things actually get that serious. Yeah, it'll be, whatever the result, it'll be at least a step down in tension, because I think because it's kind of politically useful. It gets people motivated to have them worried about the results, and have them worry about things to, get them to the polls or get them knocking on doors or whatever. But yeah, I just hope that you can take a break for a little while, and then go right back into lockdown like Europe is. Well, if you've had this election now, everybody stay in your homes. I'm drawing boxes again. Okay, no more boxes. All right. At least it'll be over. Yeah, we have no idea what... but I just hope that... because there isn't... Once you... I think either side, once they fight too hard, there's a chance that they can damage the whole system and people's belief in the system so irreparably that there's going to be nothing left anyhow. They're not going to have any of that advantage that having that political position or having, the presidency would do, because people will be so disillusioned by how, the government works at all, that there'll be a lot of, resistance to that, and a lot of people that want bigger change than just a different president. And they definitely don't want that. So it's funny. They have to, say the worst things they can think of about their opponent and try to, influence people's thinking, but they can't do it. You can't push too hard because then you're going to get people into the realm of, wait a minute. Why are we doing this again? Why do we want either of these guys? Yeah. But that's also a strategy, though, is like, getting people so disgusted at the process, the political process, that they just disengage, because then they're out, then they're not voting. And that's just as useful. Maybe not this. That's just as useful in some situations as someone voting for you, or simply, not participating. All right. Yeah, so we'll see. Is that light flickering at all? Yeah. It's weird. My little LED light looks like it's flickering a little bit. Yeah, it's USB powered, so sometimes the power makes it strobe a little bit depending on how it's connected. It's just me. Yeah, so until we start seeing numbers, nobody really knows which way things are going to go. And there's so many people have so much time to fill. Like, people were complaining previously about cable news and how they had to, it's become all opinion just because you've got a pad. You got to fill a 24-hour news cycle. So you just have to keep cranking stuff out and just putting a lot of information out there, and then most of it's just become opinion. But it's even worse than that now with social media. Like, people just have to have these hot takes and instant reactions to everything, so it really accelerates things really, really fast. It's a very strange environment to have anything happen and any kind of reaction. And I'm surprised with how much access it feels like we have to varied opinions and different views and stuff. People get still really, really what's the word, just kind of tunnel vision and just like hyper focused on a very they get very single-minded and a very small opinion about things. And so it's actually made it so that it's easier to dismiss things and easier to just hold on to whatever beliefs you want and not be influenced by anything. It's actually easier in that situation because it maybe just feels so it feels like everything is opposing you, like everything is opposing your view. And that might be why people seek out bubbles. People seek out like-minded people with the same opinions, because then you're not going to have to be under constant assault. Because maybe that's the weirdest thing that the internet and like social media made us realize immediately, is that the variety of opinions and the kind of range of opinions is huge and just way outside most of what people believe and their how their culture or society has kind of structured things for them. We can't even understand. It's like so far beyond like how we're even thinking about things. that it's so difficult to relate, and so then we just want to feel safe and say, you agree with me, right? We're right, aren't we? We're doing this. We made all the right choices, right? This is okay. And yeah, it's very, very strange. Yeah, I've always misunderstood. Well, I think most people have misunderstood what all this connectivity has done for us. It's fed our narcissism, and it's challenged our worldviews so that we no longer want our worldviews challenged in the slightest, in any way. Wow. I don't know what that is. Crazy. Yeah, no, I agree, yeah. You just butt me your tongue. Yeah. I think that's it. Well, and to just accept people's varied beliefs, because you don't know how they got there. You don't know what they lived in their life or what they've experienced, or just kind of what's going on in their head that lets them get there. Yeah, I have some pretty extremely opinionated and kind of SJW or kind of woke leaning friends, but I respect their belief and where that came from, because there is a reason. They're not stupid people, and they came to those beliefs, and they have strong political leanings based on who they are. And if I like who they are and respect that they had the ability to think that through, then you just have to accept that. I mean, it does get tiresome when stuff is always setting them off, or things always have to get back to the political, where you just want to hang out and have fun or whatever. But it's just, if you accept someone, you accept kind of all of them, and just have to believe that that they're not brainwashed or coerced, that they, of their free will, came up with their the opinions that they have. So I think just showing each other respect is the best thing we can possibly do, because in a lot of the media, and especially just the general tone of social media, it's just all about winning, or telling people what idiots they are. Just one long argument. And it's just nice to in real life to not have things be on that level. But there are people that do like to argue about everything, or debate, I guess what they think is debate. Debate everything, and it's just not that interesting and not that important, especially when you don't have all the when you don't really even have enough information to make a judgment anyhow. That's what's frustrating to hear so many, foreigners debating American politics, is you don't even have a clue what kind of forces are having an effect on you. You just have these cartoon, stereotype exaggerations of the kind of social and political thinking going on in the U.S. And so it all sounds very silly. But that's true. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a funny thing. It's a funny American thing, though, and I think it comes from the kind of Christian-based, evangelical-based kind of thinking, is trying to save people. So I'm pretty sure what I believe is the right thing, and it's good for you, and it will help you. So please listen to what I have to say, and please, let me help you. And because, the way the American political system is set up, it's like no one belief can ever be too extreme and ever cause too much damage, and no one's ever going to be is ever going to have enough power to do something that can't be eventually undone. I mean, you may have to wait a few years, but it can be undone or redone or fixed or whatever. And so having so it really isn't that important. It's not, it's not all life and death. It's just, okay, now I'm going to have to, be taxed higher or live with less money or have less this, or my retirement's going to be different or whatever. But it, just keeps fluctuating. I'm sorry, those were terrible examples, but so to be so rabid about it is a little bit silly, because there is not, people aren't going to be drug out of their beds and made examples of if the American system is, working how it's supposed to work. Although some people might think that's cool. I'm drawing really bad coffee cups. Yes. Lemmy, you just don't understand. And that's why I think it's important to just respect people's views, because that's the thing. And it came to me mostly like being a young parent. That was so disgusting, how everybody has an opinion about how you're supposed to hold your baby, what you're supposed to feed your baby, how you're supposed to dress your kid, whatever. And people in public like have no problem giving you that advice. And that kind of bleeds over into just about everything in America, where people will publicly tell you, you shouldn't do that, or this is what you should be doing. And so that first really set me off about how a lot of Americans think, well, I know the right way, so I better tell you. And in some cases, that's, how things should work. Older people with more experience can kind of, give you some pointers that'll help you keep you from making easy mistakes. But that's not how it's working anymore. It's more of a superiority. It's more of a, I'm gonna come down off of my ivory tower to tell you exactly what you're doing wrong. Yeah, it's just lost its lost that feeling of benefiting from someone's experience, and just like, oh, I'm better than you, so let me show you what to do. All right. Yeah, I don't want to do boxes, so I don't know why I'm even messing with this. Yeah, that's such a strange thing. Okay. Okay, so where is this? It's way down there. So something with a coffee mug. something coffee mug. Yeah. Yeah, but that's a funny thing. And I think that's pretty American in that way. I don't know, though. I mean, I don't have enough first-hand experience in other cultures, but I think just, Americans have much less, they hesitate much less about just saying, excuse me, but let me tell you what you need to be doing right now. But actually, I mean, you need a certain amount of that. People just, and that, that, and it's weird because that happens in Japan in very subtle ways. Like, people don't talk to strangers and interrupt each other, but they kind of react. They kind of like, bristle or kind of, look away. So there's not a lot of eye contact. In Japan, it's kind of rude to just be looking in people's eyes all the time. But if someone looks at you, it has so the fact that you don't do that commonly, when people look at you, it's a lot more powerful. So when you're doing something like eating on the train or doing something that you shouldn't be doing, having people look at you is like, oh, okay, I get it. It's a very subtle and a very small way to try to reinforce, kind of etiquette and manners and things. So to a certain extent that, that happens here, and you have to have that. Otherwise you end up with the, Chinese social credit system where people have a number that goes up and down depending on what they do. But just that if that goes too far, that whole idea of, I can impose my will on you. I don't know. I don't know what that little bottle is. Ooh. All right. Wow. All right. It's already 5. So what is it? So polls have got to be opening like, 7 a.m. or something? It's got to be getting close in some areas. Yeah, right. Yeah, because... Oh, well, yeah, no, it's not. It's only been an hour, right? Yeah, it's less than 2 hours. So, yeah, it's still 3 a.m. in, not even 3 a.m. in New York. So we're not that close. We're a few hours away. Yeah, but the coverage is going to just be silly. There's going to be all kinds of shots of insanely long lines, and especially if you have to stand a meter or whatever is required. Here it's a meter, but I'm not sure what America is saying. So like 3 feet away from each other. Imagine how long a line gets when you have to have enough room for almost 2 people between every person. And polling places are always, community centers and churches and, schools and things. So it's going to be fun. All right. I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's see. Yeah, it's been a while since Dolly's been on, too. I noticed on her channel she hasn't been streaming since she left Japan. Or maybe did some live streaming, but it may have been just... or the videos may have just been something she had recorded before she left, when she was all set up. So I don't know what's going on, but yeah, hope she's doing okay. I saw on Facebook she was having some asthma trouble, some breathing trouble, and that's got to be weird to go from, just changing countries and climates and stuff after being here for a while. So we'll see, but yeah, I hope she comes back on. There we go. I was trying to draw some face or something. All right. Hey, Plexus. Yes. Yeah, yeah, I guess, yeah, I wonder. Polls probably, I don't know, open 6 a.m. or something. Nice to see you. That wasn't supposed to be a crack pipe. It was supposed to be like a vase, like a flower vase. But it just went horribly wrong. Yeah, so let's just see what Google says. By my IP address, it says, "Not your problem, foreigner." Oh, complete street address. Oh, let me just put in my complete street address. I'm doing this off camera, right? There we go. Isn't available yet. All right. Great. Oh, wait, I should do... well, so Google, just in Google, it has put in your address. Let's see. Wow. So many of the same road names. Oh, yeah, it gives you a Google map of your polling place. It's open now. What, 12 a.m.? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it opens at midnight. Wow. 12 to 7. Yeah. That's crazy, yeah. So in a few minutes, people are... Oh, no. Uh-oh. Should be okay. Oh, we're talking about... Oh, sorry, you're talking about John's stream. Sorry. All right. Wow, crazy. Yeah, so midnight. That's crazy. That's going to be one hell of a day for... I hope they have a lot of shifts of employees. Good. Oh, man. Wow. Yeah. That sucks. Yeah, because it's always, it's usually older, always retired people running the polling places. And if they're worried about bad weather, then they're going to be unlikely to volunteer. And there's going to be people working 18-hour shifts. They won't make any mistakes, though, I'm sure. Yikes. All right. Yeah, I don't know what does a polling place even look like? It's got to be coffee there, right? And stickers. I'm just trying to think of the last. Yeah, just like piles of voting slips and ballots and stuff. All right. Well, let's not do that then. Oh, okay, cool. Crazy. Yeah, there's been a couple... Yeah, my Android phone has been acting pretty weird lately. I think I need to update. There's a big update that I need to do, but it's not a new phone, so I always hate that. Like a big version jump and stuff usually like leaves your previous model phone in the dust, or you start to have weird after one. I'm going to complain about technology again, but it was after one big update on my phone. They screwed up something huge, and my battery life was like 20% of what it used to be. I'm like, how is this even possible? So they had some sort of memory leak or some sort of real big mistake in the update, and they wouldn't admit to it. I was like looking all over on the support forums and stuff to try to find out, but everybody was complaining about it. It's like something just immediately happened to my battery life, and people had brand new phones and things that this was happening to, and it was just some idiot thing that they did in the Android update, and they don't admit to it. Every time you have like somebody from Google, Android, like helping. They just, okay, we need to know this and what, version of the kernel are you running and every, all these details. I'm like, I don't know. We can't help you. But they know, they know what they did, and they can't, because they have to fix it, and they never admit to it. That's just insane. Hmm. Oh wow, 4-hour commute. Oh wow. That's crazy. Wow. Joe and K5, that's excellent. You got 5-minute commutes. That's perfect. Wow. Yeah, buses, that has to be slow going. And a bus, I mean, well, I don't know. I guess it depends on the train, but yeah, bus is not as easy to do things on. It's a little jerkier a ride than a train, so you can't, work on a laptop or anything as easily. Yeah, because sometimes those long commutes, depending on how comfortable the situation is, you can actually get something done. Or just watch a lot of streaming. But yeah, a bus, that's another, it's a whole other situation. I'm stuck. I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. But it's good. It's good in this situation. Yeah, you got such a good job, and yeah, the commute is definitely worth it for compared to not having a job or not having that kind of situation right out of university too. That's really good. Nice. Okay, how about some pens and pencils? Everything I draw is going to look like something wrong. There we go. Pen like. A little big. Alright. Oh, I should probably just do that with coloring. Pencil. Oh, nice. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow, nice. Oh, well, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to have to deal with. But well, good luck. That's excellent, though. Oh, but that is strange. Yeah, because you're. Well, no, I guess no. Yeah, the in a month, so that'll put you. Yeah, that is kind of summertime. Yeah, very good. Congrats. I always forget the opposite seasons. Very good. All right. Oh yeah, mask. Let's see. Trying to remember. I guess I should move this somewhere else. There we go. Yeah, there we go. something like that. Yikes. Let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, I'll do that with color too. That's a big mask. Yeah, now you're seeing that more and more. I mean, there's so little litter in Japan, but you see people dropping masks all the time. That's like a common trash. Now, usually it's like someone will leave a can of coffee, empty can of a drink or a bottle somewhere. That's like the most common. They just like, because there's so few trash cans in Japan, and people just some people just give up and just like set it somewhere. So you'll see that occasionally, but now, yeah, it's masks on the ground. And maybe just because people are sticking masks in their pockets and everything, so they're take their hands out of their pocket and they drop masks all the time. A lot of extra stuff. All right. I don't even know what's going on. What's this little bottle of something? I guess it could be like liquid paper or something. Yeah. No, that's really a good situation, Plexus. That's great. Yeah, and it's definitely worth toughing it out to get through, because you'll be in such a great situation after everything's over. I have no idea what this is. A little bit smaller, maybe. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a really big thing in Japan, is getting your the company set up, your job, your employment set up out of university. And it's just like everything else. There's an exam. There's literally like an entrance exam. They do interviews as well, but you have an entrance exam to your company. So they kind of like measure people's like basic competence in whatever, industry or, business or field they're going into. So at every step of the way, junior high school, university, graduate school, and then your job, you have these walls that you have to, this exam you have to pass, this studying you have to do. And if you fail, you get another chance, but you just kind of drift around for a while. If you fail a few times, then, some people just never recover from that. And it also hurts your chances, some people will just stay in school rather than graduate and not have a job and then just keep applying, because being a new graduate is so much better. Like, your chances are so much better of being hired as a new graduate. So some people would just stay in school and take like minimum classes or do whatever they have to do just to maintain that next year they'll be the new graduate and they have another shot at getting into a company. But I thought that was just so bizarre to make everything that way, and you have to know what you're doing right out of school or else you're screwed. And if you don't, your chances of, working for your dream company, or at least even having a good situation, get less and less and less. That's just so daunting. And creates a lot of these like fail states in people's lives that aren't really true. Like aren't really a failure, but they love to create these things where it's like, oh yeah, you didn't succeed. That's not good. Some, yeah, blank layers here. Yeah, there's way too much of that here. Like odd random competition, and then, feeling like a failure and being suicidal when you're not, when it shouldn't be the end of your education or end of your career. Because the mentality is really different when you hit something that is going to take some work, or have to, kind of change of plans to kind of figure out how to get around it. In most cases, people just give up. It's like, oh, I was supposed to go this way and I'm being stopped, so I'm done. Or I'll just have to keep, banging my head against the wall again and again and again to get through it. And I just noticed that American mentality is much different, and just like, oh, figure out a way to make this work and get around it, get under it, go over it, whatever I've got to do. And I just noticed there's a lot more giving up here, which is funny because they make it more difficult. It's more difficult than it has to be. But I guess that, in a sense, that gives more value to your achievement, because people are very unwilling, or much less likely to abandon the company that they started working for out of university, because they see it as an accomplishment, as an achievement. So why would they give that up? Oh, take it easy. Take it easy, Plexus. Yeah. Hang in there. It'll be, there's a light at the end of that tunnel, and that'll be a beautiful thing. So, take care. Have a good one, and enjoy the enjoy the carnage from a distance, as I will do on this fine election day. Yeah, it's funny. I remember hearing that, like, what was it, 2004? Like Bush's second term, Bush Jr.'s second term. Every election they've got to say, this election is the most important election of your lifetime. They have to get it on. I mean, how do we have that kind of amnesia that every 4 years we forget? It's like, wait, wasn't last time the most important one? No, this one now. Okay, okay. Well, now we know this is actually the one. Yes. Yeah, it's just crazy. Oh, maybe I'll do some more wonderful text work here. So what do they say? Masks required. Something like that. An orange cut in half. I could. Yes. Just a second here. Let me. Oh, that's right. I got that weird font. Where is that? Here. Yeah, is that what? I haven't seen an English sign talking about masks, so I have no idea what they would say. Let's do something that looks a little bit more like handwriting, or some weird printing. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's weird. Have an orange. All right, let me see what I can do. That's a pretty weird font, but oh well. Oh well, that works. Yeah, mask required. I'm trying to think what else I've seen. All right, here. A little bit smaller. All right. Yeah, I guess that kind of matches the line drawing. All right, a orange cut in half. All right, let me see if I can squeeze that in. For the vitamin C, right? All right. Yeah, we're coming up on the mikan season in Japan. So during the winter, in the warmer parts, they grow lots of oranges, the tiny mandarin oranges. For so that's what you eat in the winter. It's kind of like when relatives visit Florida, or if you have relatives that retired to Florida and they send you they send you a bag of oranges for Christmas. All right. Yeah, I guess that'll work. Whoa. Giant orange is more like grapefruit size, but the coloring I'll be able to make that make more sense, but that's just kind of the sections. Right. There shall be a half of an orange. Hey, British Bee. How's it going? A kettle? Oh. Yeah, we only have electric ones here. I haven't seen a proper kettle in a long time. Yeah, well, I think it's just the because that's the big thing. If you're forced to before trucking and shipping, truck farming and all that stuff, where you could actually get shipments from warmer climates during the winter, because it does fight off. Your immune system is better off, and you don't get rickets or whatever vitamin C deficiency causes. But yeah, but that's a big thing here. And the funny thing is, though, there's a oh, sorry about that. There's a a condition. So kids, the oranges are really delicious and very sweet, and so kids will just eat a lot of oranges. And actually, if you eat too many oranges, and I've only seen this with Japanese kids, I don't know how true this is of any other type of person in the world, but a lot of times when kids eat too many oranges, they literally turn orange. They're like skin gets orange, especially you can see it around their fingertips, fingernails, and they get orange from overdosing on mandarin oranges. But that's a thing here. Several students that I had told me that they did that at one time in their life. One winter, they just pounded oranges until they turned orange. It sounds like a Willy Wonka punishment or whatever. But you have no idea if that's a specifically Japanese thing, or if anybody can do that. I don't remember anybody ever saying that when I was a kid, that they ate too many oranges and turned orange. But what is going on here? Okay. Sorry, I don't want that headphone vibrating this whole table. Uh, how to draw a kettle. Yeah, yeah. So that's an actual thing I've heard multiple people tell me, and maybe it's just like a I don't know, because I don't know if there's any other like situations, like any other thing, like jaundice, like kidney failure and stuff. You can see by people's skin color changing. Is it kidneys? But yeah, but that's an actual thing, and I've only heard that in Japan. So I don't know. You can turn, or it must just be something like some substance or something in the uh, orange, or those in those particular kind of oranges or something themselves. If you eat too many of them, it actually like shows up. But it's pretty funny. Let me see if I can find. It's gonna have to do. I'll probably have to search in Japanese. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find any English. Yeah, but that is a thing. I can't. Yeah, it's. I'm gonna have to definitely search in Japanese. They're not gonna. They're not gonna let this. Yeah. No, but I'll take a look and see if I can find anything. But I'm super serial. That is a thing. Yeah, it's funny. All right. I don't know. Oh, okay. Sorry. There we go. All right, Joe. I'm drawing a kettle. So let me see. Well, that's my image. My idea of a kettle. Yeah. So like a metal. Okay. So I guess you want to start with the shape of the body. All right. So it's kind of a flattened half circle. It's got a little handle. I'll draw some kind of modern metal style. So you got your handle, and there's a little top. Right. I'm just trying to think of the kettles I've had in my life. And then the spout. So yeah, probably good idea to start with the body. There we go. That's a lumpy kettle. That's the closest. That's the closest I can do. As close as I remember. To yeah. So here. So this is my image of like the metal, the kettle, or and even the ones that have the the little whistle on them. Yeah. Well, this is the non-whistling version. But if you say kettle in Japan, a kettle in Japan looks like this. So a Japanese kettle is a big water tank that has these buttons on top, and this is actually like a little chamber you can open. And so you fill this up, and it just keeps the water heated all the time, and you put your little Japanese teacup. I'm drawing this so you can see it. Put your little Japanese teacup here, and and fill it up. So the idea of kettle, especially electric kettle, is much more like this. So you always have hot water. So you can. It's not insanely hot water, but you always have like 90 degrees Celsius, 98 degrees Celsius, I think is the hottest. So you're always making, always using to make instant coffee and instant tea. So a lot of workplaces will have this. And the other version of that is the electric one that's like a pitcher. And so it looks more like an actual kettle. But it's all plastic, and it's got the little window here. Yeah, and so you push the little button on the side. It's plugged in. It's like sitting on it's sitting on a base, right? So it's sitting on a base, and there's a cord off of the base, and you push a little button, and it boils the water. There's the water level, and you just have to fill it each time. But you have to wait. You have to wait before. And so this version, this version is the non-waiting, always having hot water version, but you have to fill it a lot. And it's a pretty big tank too, so you're picking it up and moving it around a lot. But these two are much more. When you say kettle, in Japan, it's still kind of the modern version of kettles. Yeah, so this is probably very especially for a tea time culture, like in Britain, these are probably a little more blasphemous, but it's become kind of Japanese style, because most of the time there's not like strictly tea time here, so most of the time you need to make tea for somebody, that when you have like a meeting or you have guests in your home or something, you have to quickly make them something to drink. And in the colder times, it's a hot beverage, so coffee or tea, and you need to make it quick. So these the little fakey plastic electric versions make it really easy to heat water very, very quickly. But yeah, this is sorry, I'm pointing with my pen. This is the more traditional deal that I remember, except sometimes they have the little deal though. What is that? Wait, it's kind of I forget, but that little cap. I think you can like tip it up. Yeah, so this is all cut off, and there's a little whistling part at the end. That's really dramatic in movies, because you can let the kettle whistling build. I see. Yes. So there we go. So that was kettle time. But yeah. So it's very different. So I think a lot of stuff, of course, tea culture in Japan came from China, and but they refined like the types of tea that they like in Japan are a lot different. But then there was also influence from England. But most of the time, you don't sweeten tea here. So even, I don't know if you've seen like the tea ceremony, the matcha tea that's whipped. That sort of tea is very bitter. And a lot of people don't like the kind of raw, natural taste of it. But you don't put anything into it. You usually eat something with it that's sweeter to kind of counter the taste. So it's a very different style, and I think that's more kind of Asian thinking or Asian style, is you kind of pair things together. So they have these little sweets that are basically just kind of compressed sugar. They're just like, they taste almost like sugar cubes, like they don't have much of a taste other than sugar. So maybe like a little starch or something in them, and so sugar and starch, and they're just formed into like little leaves and flower patterns, and so they look very cute and decorative in a dish. And so they serve those sorts of things with the traditional more bitter tea. So you have a sip of the tea and eat. So that's how you lessen the bitterness. You don't actually mix things into it, so you don't put milk or sugar into the tea. And so they differentiate. So everything that's Japanese tea is just tea, and foreign tea is called kocha. So kocha meaning, not not our tea. So then they know. So then milk tea, or milk or honey or sugar, you can put into the tea because it's foreign tea. Yeah. So that's pretty funny. Nice. So British Bee is a graffiti artist. Nice. Yeah. So Yeah. So that's fun, and that's kind of why I like. So just this little example of drawing little tea kettles. That's just my memory. Like this is maybe my memory of my first tea kettle in Chicago when I was a kid or when I was a student, and these are the ones that I'm dealing with more in Japan. So it's fun to just kind of recollect just from your memory, because these aren't completely accurate, but they're close enough that they kind of represent those things. So it's more fun to draw that. Yeah. So don't play Pictionary with me or any of those drawing games, because I'm too quick. I'm too good at drawing something very simple. So you'll get it every time. Oh, cool. Nice. So no cardboard, no templates. Nice. Yeah, so that's tea kettles. I'll name this layer so I can find it. All right. Nice. Oh yeah, you can see too when I draw real quick, my thick to thin is not very good. Yes, you see the difference between. So I varied the line width and a lot more in these drawings, and these are just a little bit, because they were quick. They're a little bit chunkier and not so smooth. Yeah, so just being more conscious of the pressure. The pen pressure gives you a nice variation of line width. Nice. All right. Oh, let me double check. Cool. Wow, Joe, good job. No no censoring at all. Nice. All right, what is this? I guess we can do a polling place joke. Yeah, something. Something. Wear a mask. Let's see. There we go. So we had a little landscape there. All right. Nice. All right. Well, let's get back to. I don't know what that was, but let's get back to whatever. Yes. So a little kettle intermission. Yeah, sorry. That was just going on forever. I don't know what was going on. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't. There's not a lot of options here. So yeah, I just thought that was going to be endless. So apologies. Yeah, I don't know what that was. But it had us draw. Had us draw some kettles. So we had a little kettle cultural exchange. Yeah, I didn't know. I had no idea. So sorry if that was a little abrupt. Oh, Yeah, I don't like the uh, dancing monkey kind of thing that some people come on to art streams thinking. It's like, do this, do that, do this, do that, ha ha ha. That's not very fun. I guess I'm not much of a performer, so that's why. Sorry. Uh, yeah, it's just fun to interact and not be have orders barked at you. Nice. Oh, good. It's gonna be endless, huh? I might have to anoint someone a wrench. No, it's cool, Joe. I thought so too. And then it just kind of kept going, and yeah, it just kind of became random. You never know. And especially because, English, if English is not your first language or whatever, it's like you want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt when they're typing and they may not have Okay, Yum, enough of that. Yeah. uh, but yeah, it's funny. It's a funny thing to get used to, and I've been really lucky. I mean, I think I've been yeah, lucky so far. Maybe my luck has run out. Oh man. All right. Yeah, I guess that's enough for this. Okay, are we back? How many accounts is this? Are we back? Oh. All right. Yeah, so I guess that's what this is going to be. With some eyes. I think that'll work under the numbers. There we go. Yeah, and maybe yeah, I don't think they have an opinion. So we just have two messy boxes. All right. And I guess I'll do some coloring here. Oh, let's see. I gotta find that perfect N95 blue. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I still got the monitor difference where maybe a little bit lighter. All right. Something like that. There we go. Maybe not pure white. Yeah, that occurred to me. Oops, there was some footage of China, and a story talking about how they're handling everything, and they showed a picture in the just like one of the cities, and everyone had the N95 medical grade mask. But the first thing that occurred to me was, wait, are they like counterfeit? Like, are people just they were convinced that's what masks look like, and are these like the real medical grade masks, or does everyone just get blue masks because they've been told those are the good ones? And of course, in China, you know, you're not guaranteed that things are going to be legit. So everyone could just be wearing official-looking counterfeit masks, and that was really depressing because I'm sure they don't even know the situation. And if not, that's really disgusting that, you know, the country is so oh, this has to go up here then. The country is so decadent that everybody gets a medical grade mask, and there wasn't a single person wearing a fabric mask or, you know, any sort of any variation. Just everyone had the medical grade N95s, and yeah, it just made me think. I'm sure they're telling everybody. Yeah, they're giving them away, and they're telling everybody what they want to believe. All right. Nice. Okay, let's do some more coloring. Yeah, yeah, maybe that works. Oh, let me do the orange. I can try to make this work better. You can see what I was trying to do here. So here's the, whoop. Here's the Rhine. And something a little bit brighter for the, there we go. There, that's more orange-like. Good. Yeah, I'll do the rest with the shading. I don't know what's going on. I was thinking, yeah, my only thought was what a what a polling place might look like, you know, like the table when you have to come in and register. So yeah, I was gonna make a oh, I should color this too, a long night or long day joke about yeah, I don't know, we'll see what I can come up with. I will just use the same eraser color. Something about voting. Something voting. All right. Maybe red? Yeah, some kind of neutral color. Yeah, I don't know, Yum. We'll have to see what... oh, well, we'll make a patriotic pen. See what I can come up with. Yeah, that's going to be insane. And they're not even talking about like what the situation is with the workers at the polls now. Maybe green? Like an ugly green. Let's see how dark this is. Ooh, it's pretty dark. Yeah, the difference between these two monitors is crazy. When I'm picking colors, it's very random. All right. So we'll make this some kind of liquid paper. Bum, bum. Oh, there we go. Yeah, maybe just this side there. All right. Wait. Yeah, maybe just like that. All right. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Yes. That was the requested orange. It is, yeah, I guess half orange. You know, like you give blood, you vote, you know, you get an orange. It's all about vitamin C. Yeah, something's going on with my keyboard. It's a little bit slow. Oops. All right. So just, oh, I didn't do the little white dealio on the in the middle. Oh, it actually shouldn't be super white, should it? Maybe the same color. There we go. And that's not, yeah, I think I have to use straight white for that. All right. Yeah, this is going to be the... So these should look like folds, but this should all be some kind of shadow. And then, yeah, try to... the little panels of the mask. All right, well, that kind of works. Oh, man. Yeah, that works. And then we'll do some white highlights. Wow. Trying to make this look plastic, but just a little bit. Okay. There we go. There we go. And here. Okay. This fold can be... All right, so I think apart from the orange, so, oops, just like the pen, I'm going to try to get some little sections lighter. Yeah, close to that. I don't know what this is. And why are there pens and pencils? And right. And no ballots in sight. That's not gonna work. But we'll see. Nice. Yeah, I definitely feel very lucky with streaming. Like I was doing it just, to an archive for a while. But yeah, everybody that found me through Hyphonics has been really great. It's been really fun to talk with you guys and kind of see how things are going. And it's a really nice connection to the rest of the world, because it is very limiting here, and a lot of my friends here don't go back very often, so I get much less update. I love the more real-time response, like when with the fires in the West Coast and stuff. It's much nicer to hear how people are dealing with everything. Oh, hey, Joe. Hey, thank you. AOC is a fan, I hope. You're funny. Yeah, I wonder how she's gonna do. I never looked up her live stream. I was so curious about seeing her on live stream. Yeah, I'm surprised how many people are on Twitch. Just like not gamers are on Twitch. It's very amazing. Appreciate it very much, Joe. It's really, yeah, it's been lots of fun always. Something that size. But yeah, we've gotten through some really miserable times because, yeah, without you guys, I definitely wouldn't have picked back up with streaming. And during lockdown, not having streaming during lockdown would have been really rough, because it was, yeah, one of the few things that I could actually get done or get myself to do during those wonderful lockdown times. Yeah, I'm curious what's going to happen in Japan. They seem to be controlling things pretty well, and flu season's coming, so already people are super, super cautious. And I'm sure if there's other lockdowns, now everybody is going to be, everyone's going to be stopping travel again. There we go. Why is there an orange there? Hey, Estrella, how's it going? Yeah, K5. It's been really good. Oh yeah, and I still owe you a package, so let me do that now that I hope things. I mean, I've gotten some things from the U.S. I hopefully mail is all back to normal. I have something for you. And Joe, you got to message me too. I still have. I gotta get you some tools. Yeah, I was back in the over the weekend, back in the little electronics shopping area. Nothing really changed. It was pretty much the shop still had the same stuff. There was nothing new as far as the sets of the wrenches with the bits on them. So yeah, just let me know if anything you saw looked good. I didn't see anything that was all metal, though. Everything seemed to have the handles were plastic or silicone, like they were all coated handles. And I don't know if that's for static reasons, like because a lot of it's for computer components. I have no idea what's going on. And I guess we could change the what it says on this sign. I don't know. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this is really fun interaction, and to get to know everybody and where they are. Yeah, it's been very fun, but yeah, it's really nice, and that's something that I haven't. I mean, this is really the first time I've had any sort of community, like any sort of like, kind of social, regular social group online, because like, there's like Discords and things that I joined, for different reasons, or for like podcast reasons and stuff. And yeah, it just didn't ever become very important to do, or very connected. So this is very cool. All right. Cool. Well, I think that is colored. Yeah, no problem, Joe. Yeah, anytime. Anytime is fine. Yeah, so let's take a look. Let's do the comments thing. Take a look at what they said last week. I worry because it was like ketchup and mustard and all that good stuff. Whoa, there we go. All right, so here we are. So the 29th. So the foil packets were like the children they never wanted. Whoa. See, unwanted children is very popular. Look at all those likes and 4 comments. I'm glad I went with the unwanted children. Give those to the mean kids on Halloween. There you go. Foil packets. I'm sure I had some of those packets in a drawer somewhere since the 70s. I have a few packets of soy sauce, sweet and sour sauce, McDonald's barbecue, and butter honey. Oh, in that drawer. Couple of plastic forks. Szechuan sauce. Nice. Did I like this? There we go. Nice. And what was it? 27th. Right. The Halloween, that toilet paper and eggs. The participation in Halloween night was up in the air. Nice. So 12 likes and a comment. Candy corn has got to go down before it comes up. Nice. Yeah, candy corn. Yikes. Yeah, I don't even think. Let's try a couple of random ones. I wish I should just set all October. Oh, I think we just saw this one. The random is not very random, is it? Oh, there we go. A tiny cosmetic. Cosmetics embody the vanity they helped support. Nothing. 13. Oh, there's books. They were long past the point of overdue and now just felt stolen. Library book jokes. 2019, June 18th. They were the only ones happy about the bedroom and bathroom being so close. Yikes. Really? Were they? Nice. Yeah, that's supposed to be like a pet bed, I guess. The intention is. All right. Oh, 2000. Oh, look at those kind of falling over. Yeah, 2002. So yeah, so there was like a 3-year delay because I dated. You can see the copyright on this one is 2002. So this was the first year that I was drawing this cartoon, and you can see the weird kind of heaviness. Sometimes when I stop too long, the marker kind of soaked in, so there's some like weird thick points and stuff. So there's nothing but embarrassed silence after the cup with the tea bag was filled with coffee. Yeah, I got much better balancing those lines out. It's really clumsy looking, but and you can notice everything is kind of it's kind of moving over to the side. I didn't even straighten it in Photoshop. I just scanned it as it was. Wow. All right, one more. 2018, a little bit better. He was happy being her significant other. A little creamer. Or his insignificant other. Oh, that was the joke. I totally blew that. Yeah, her insignificant. So insignificantly small. See, and that's a example of when I get a phrase or something stuck on my head that I think is funny. So insignificant other, I thought was so funny that I had to figure out a way to say that. Here we go, another oldie. So 2003, streaky windows were only a symptom of deeper issues. So window cleaning. These early ones did not get a following. I think on my website, I think more people were reading these off the website than they were out of this archive. Yeah, this is the old school version. So I drew each one, whereas now I can just copy paste. That's brutal. The 3 boxes blame their indecision on being made of 100% recycled materials. That would be another one that would get a huh? All right. So there's some, yeah, kettle, weird coincidence. Back to the kettle. There probably are, I mean, there's not a chain. There's a lot of independent like stock stores, but unfortunately you can't always trust, like Made in Japan is definitely, probably have to do like a auto translate or something on the web page, because they won't have an English language site, but they may ship to the US. But the difficulty is with some of the dealers for like electronics and components and stuff, is a lot of them just source them from China anyhow. So you've got to be pretty specific. And I think some things are and just aren't made in Japan anymore, depending, because Japan outsources a lot of stuff too, and sometimes they're not that honest, because if it's something that's made of a few different components, they may source them all over Asia, assemble them in Japan, and just say, oh yeah, this is made in Japan, because the last step was made in Japan. But usually companies are a bit better than that. They're a little more scrupulous. They have better scruples than that. But there always are those sorts of things. But yeah, it's not so easy. You're right, Yum. Yeah, insignificant other would definitely be good on a shirt. Yeah. Mostly Discord I've used for role-playing groups. And that's a real hit or miss too, because it works okay, but everyone's like sound level and stuff, if we're doing voice, is very random. But and it's just like anything else. When it's a company or it's like a fandom or whatever, Discords, people can be a little gatekeepy and a little aggressive. But yeah, Insignificant Other is a good t-shirt. Oh, just like, I think this was another Yum. Oh, let me switch back here. I'm talking to something that I can't show. I think this was another Yum suggestion or something. Yeah, something that came up. But if you remember, where is it? Soggy Morsels. So I will duplicate. For some reason, that's still in this Photoshop file. But African's Other. I will have to remember that as well. Yeah, we got to start a whole new series of t-shirt sayings. So I'm keeping a collection. Nice. Yeah, Insignificant Other is that is a very funny shirt. All right, so I'll save that in here, and hopefully it won't spell check that every time. Yeah, what was that? Soggy Morsel. I think there was a breakfast cereal or something. Yeah. I forget where that came from, but that's been sitting in this file that I keep duplicating. Nice. All right. So, a difficult choice. Oh, wait, I do have something. Actually, wait, let me go get some more coffee. I've got something. It's not really a convenience store thing, but I've got something I can show you guys. Very Japanese thing. But let me take a quick break and get some coffee. My cup is empty. So I'll be right back. And and we'll do a little of the show and tell convenience store kind of deal. So be right back. Oh, that's right. Donut. Very good memory. Wow. That's right. We were talking about dunking donuts and made them into soggy morsels. Very good. All right. I'll be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. Oh, man. Oh, cool. No, I don't think I can do 24 hours. I can stay on, stay on a bit longer, but I've got to, I got a really early morning tomorrow, so it's going to suck. It's going to be, early university. All right. Hey, Visu, hey. Nice. That's cool. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. And yeah, thanks to Hyphonics as always for the shout out. He's a huge, he's my benefactor. He would be my, if this was the Renaissance Times, the cardinal patron of this stream. All right. Nice. All right, so let me do the little bit bigger. Oh, and you can see the light in my glasses. All right, so there is a coffee shop in Japan, and they have this weird, it's just this weird little item. So any coffee that they give you, oh, it's green, sorry. Everything that you can't see is green. Every cup of coffee or anything that they give you a little bag of these. And they're kind of like peanuts, and they're kind of not. They're peanut flavored. And what do they call them? What did they call them? Maybe they just call them their little service item. But essentially, they're these crunchy little peanut things. So, oh, sorry. So the name of the coffee shop is, if you can see here, Komeda's Coffee. So Komeda is just the family name. It's just the last name of the originator. And basically, depending on what the kanji is, I think his name just means rice field. Kome and Dayas, maybe his name is just rice field. But Komeda Coffee is like a chain of coffee places. So I'm not sure what it would be. It would be maybe like a really scaled down, like, it's not a diner though. They have a very limited menu. And it's very old people friendly. So the funny thing is, for I think 200 yen, which is like less than $2, you can get a cup of coffee and a half of a piece of toast. But this is Japanese toast, so it's this thick, and so it's a big thick piece of toast, half a piece of toast either with scrambled eggs or Japanese sweet beans or jam or something on it. So I think it's a real staple of being retired. So you can go there and get the very, very cheap breakfast every morning. So kind of like their version of continental breakfast. And they always give you these little peanutty things. So Yeah, I'll show you these a little bit closer, but I'm not quite sure. They're like a they're not. They look like little peanuts, but they're hollow. So they're just a little crunchy thing. So I'm not sure. It's a peanut flavored thing that's not a peanut. So I'm not sure what or like a bean, I guess. It's like a maybe like a nutty. Yeah, it tastes like a peanut, but it's not. So it's like a simulated crunchy peanut thing. Yeah, but it's more the size of a bean, not the size of a peanut. But it just tastes like peanuts. And I don't know why they give it to you with coffee, because it's not a perfect combination with coffee. Because like peanut butter or peanut taste and coffee is not a great thing. But yeah, for some reason, this is what they give you. And what's the other thing about coming to coffee? Yeah, so it's a chain, and they're just about everywhere. And so they have like desserts, and then a little bit some sandwiches and coffee, but different kinds of coffee. And for some reason, every time, like on the saucer, there's this little packet of these. So kind of like it looks like airline peanuts, and it tastes like airline peanuts. But I don't know what they are. They're crunchy little nut things. I'm not sure, because it could literally be a bean, a dried bean with peanut flavor. Because they taste. I have no idea. Maybe compressed sawdust. Oh yeah. If you said the bread here is amazing. Oh, and that's another thing. I can't show that very well, but I should. There's a big the trend now is what they call chocopan, the white bread, loaves of white bread. So these gourmet bread shops that only make loaves of bread, and they're kind of they're about this big. So the standard size of like a loaf of bread, or the Japanese idea of it, but they're square and they're half loaves, so they're almost a perfect cube. And you can get them sliced, but usually you buy them unsliced because they're really, really soft, and use them however. You can cut them as big as you want. But the one loaf can be anywhere from, or half loaf, it's not even a full loaf, of bread can be anywhere from $8 to $10. And they're using like, very specialty flour and, all kinds of like different techniques to make them taste a little bit different. But now there's so many of these bread shops, and people line up because of course they cook, they do a batch of loaves of bread. So it's limited quantity every day, because they bake them in the morning. So people line up, and there's just these bread shops with this really, really soft white bread, just the sandwich bread basically. And you can cut them however you want, but they're really insanely soft. And maybe they're kind of experimenting with different types of flour. It might be like blended, like rice flour and wheat and certain things, but some of them are just insanely soft, but they're really, really expensive. So you can literally make yourself like a $20 sandwich with just bread if you wanted to in Japan, because of this gourmet white bread thing. And it's funny because Japan notoriously does not like bread. Like that was a big misunderstanding after the war, is they set up all these bread factories, and they converted some rice, some things that factories that cooked rice and things to make bread, and nobody in Japan wanted to eat bread, especially like white bread, like cheap white bread. But of course the Western armies saw that as a staple. Of course, they need bread, so let's make them a bunch of bread, and they just wanted rice. So I have no idea. These are kind of strange beans, strange peanutty beans, but they don't taste particularly good with coffee. So I'm not understanding why they're such a thing. But so now white bread is a huge thing here. Oh, sure. Yeah, I can definitely send you some. I can definitely send some snacks along with any packages. But I haven't seen the square watermelons, but I've seen like $100 watermelons. Like they have the really perfect, like really small crop watermelons Sometimes you'll see in the cases, and it's funny because they're in these like luxurious cases, these like special wooden boxes with this, I don't know what the material is, but this nice cushioned lined box with a nice little lids. It's a handmade box with a watermelon in it, and not a watermelon. I mean like almost like a cantaloupe sized watermelon, but they're insanely sweet and maybe no seeds, or like they're these very special, especially bred watermelons, and they're crazy expensive. But if you've ever seen them, like the color of the melon itself is so deep red, like the outside is very perfect and beautiful. Inside the flesh or whatever of the melon itself is really deep red, so really sweet and really intense. But I don't think it's worth $100. But yeah, there are very expensive watermelons. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they kind of trend. Those things kind of trend in and out. But yeah, what was? Oh, and there's something that they grow inside bottles. Damn, I can't remember. It might be plums or something. Like they may make. There's something that they put the very beginnings of fruit. They put bottles over the fruit, and so then the fruit, because the bottles are clear, will grow inside the bottle, and then they'll cut. They'll cut the branch off, and then they'll put some kind of liqueur or something in there. But the fruit itself was actually grown in a bottle. Oh no, sorry, Evie. So I'm on the other side of Japan. So I'm close to Osaka. So I'm more the old side. So closer to Osaka and Kyoto than Tokyo. But yeah. There's a lot of fun stuff. Oh wow, we haven't seen blue watermelons, I'm sure. Yeah, Osaka is less trendy than Tokyo, so the department stores and food shops and stuff in on the east side of the country probably have a lot more variety, and they go through trends much faster than. I don't need to look at this version of me. They go through trends much faster than Osaka. Things kind of slowly come back here after they've been popular in Tokyo, and they'll try out Western restaurants and stuff there. They'll do pop-up shops, stores of restaurants to treat. There was like an In-N-Out burger that was temporarily in Tokyo and stuff to try to see how customers reacted to it. But yeah, so not the same in Osaka, but Osaka is much more trade. There's a lot more foreign trade here, and especially with Asian. So the Asian tourism on this side of the country is much crazier. Not so much now, but much crazier than before. Yeah, so if you're ever in Japan, check out the Komeda's coffee if you want to have some strange little nut bean things, but also some really cheap breakfast. It's a good thing. I think they're open really early. So if you're coming from an airport or stuck at a train station or something, if you're traveling in Japan, it's a good thing to look for because they're everywhere. And they are a really cheap, easy way to have a breakfast or a lunch, especially in the tourist areas. Yeah, I can send you just like that Nissan executive that was smuggled out in a like a speaker case or like a case for a musical instrument. I'll ship you an empty case that you can hide in and just mail yourself back to Japan. It's so funny because I guess there's a battle now. The two Americans that helped that guy get out of Japan, so they literally put him in some sort of like case for like PA equipment or something because he was a little guy, and they smuggled him out of the country in some big shipping case. And now they're trying to extradite them back to Japan for punishment for breaking the law. Because that guy, that Nissan executive, I think he was the CEO or something. He was convicted of a bunch of not extortion. When you're stealing money, embezzlement. He was charged with a bunch of embezzlement and things, and he somehow just mysteriously got out of the country, and then it turns out that once they were out, he admitted, "Oh yeah, I hid in a little case." They put me on an airplane and got me to Lebanon or something. I forget where he fled to, but he's being deposed in Lebanon, and then the guys, the American, like a father and son team that smuggled him out, are they're fighting extradition back to Japan. Hey K5. Yeah, take it easy. And yeah, definitely see you next week. Yeah, it was good to see you. I'm glad you're back. And yeah, get your sleep and survive tomorrow. I guess you probably won't have to deal with much turmoil or consequence of the elections, but I hope it goes well. Nice. Yeah. So see you next week, K5. Oh yeah, I think so. No, no, I've never been to the that was I think they have like live audiences and stuff, but yeah, because I think that's kind of run by I'm not sure which company like produces that in Japan, but yeah. It would be fun. It'd definitely fun to see live, and I think they have like bleachers, like you can actually watch the tapings of it, and the Japanese ones are pretty insane. Like the Japanese competitors, I'm not sure. This might be a different one, but there's a competition that I saw, and it's usually like firefighters. Like the guy that wins all the time is like a Japanese firefighter, but they set up those little training areas in their backyards, and yeah, just like brutally train for those events. Yeah, I think they are filmed in like at least the Kansai area. But yeah, no, I've never seen, and I don't know anybody that's seen them here either. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure. I'm sure those guys. That was quite a payday for the father and son were probably pretty happy with how much money they made just to put a guy in a box and put him on an airplane. All right. Well, I'm going to continue snacking since I have coffee. And so this is something that I only discovered in Japan. And these are actually Australian, I believe. Arnott's is the Australian company. So if any, I'm sure Plexus knows Tim Tams. So Tim Tam is like my default cookie in Japan now because they're so good. There probably are import shops. Sorry, I'm making a bunch of noise here. There probably are import shops in America that get them, but they really have a lot of them here. So as you can see, you can see on the box too. So these are the super dark ones, but they're just like they're like a sandwich cookie with a little cream, and then coated. So these are the super dark chocolate ones. They're just a little coated sandwich cookie. So I'm trying to think what they're similar to, but these are really good. Especially the dark ones. Yeah, like no, I'm not gonna do a Tim Tam Slam. I think I was told told about that, but no, I can't. I don't think I can. Is that eating a whole package? Oh no. What is that? That's Tim Tam Slam. I think maybe Dolly. Dolly told me about that, right? Yeah, I just said Plexus. Yeah. What is that? Yeah, you told me there's something. You do something, right? I forget. But I'm not going to do it. Tim Tam Slam. I'm going to do it. Tim Tam sneak a bite off camera. Sorry, now I'm chewing. Okay, now I have to look this up because I was told what that was, and I forgot. Okay. Oh, I see. So you bite off opposite corners. And you use it like a straw to suck hot liquid through. Nice. And then slam. Oh my God. Well, I think I did. All right. Oh yeah. Plexus had to finish some work and get to bed. Okay. I think Dolly did tell me about this. All right, because somebody brought Tim Tams to the game night. I'm biting off the corners. I'll try to do this and embarrass myself, but just in this smaller version. All right. Uh-oh, that's too much corner. Wait, I'm gonna try that again. I can't do opposite corner. I have to do opposite corner. And here. Right, so that. Opposite corners. All right. Let's try this. My coffee's not super hot. I don't know if I can do this on camera. Oh, man. All right. Well, and then the whole thing. Whoa. Oh, wow. Okay, I think I just found my first my favorite thing. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, Yum, thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, I think we were going to do it with alcohol, with Irish coffee. I'm glad that didn't happen. Oh my God, that's amazing. Yeah, those are the dark chocolate. So it just melts. It just melts the whole inside. So it's really soft. Wow. Okay, well that is a life-changing experience. Yeah, because they're pretty hard cookies otherwise. Wow. Okay, that was amazing. Thank you very much. Well, my election day is totally worth it now. No matter what happens, I've had a I've had a life-changing experience. Wow. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect, especially with the really chocolatey. And they also do a caramel version. But that's pretty amazing. Yeah. So you can do that. I'm sure you can do that with tea or just about anything. Coffee's really good though. Coffee works well with the chocolate. That's insane. God, how did somebody figure that out? That's like the person that figured out that you could eat a lobster. It's like, what did you do before you got to that part? Yeah, you've got to as soon as if you've got a girl here, especially, it's amazing. Amazing country to visit. It's just like, it just blows your mind. It's not as amazing to live here because it just becomes a regular country and nothing seems that unusual after a while. But yeah, really, really amazing place to visit, and especially if you have somebody that can show you around and help you not get lost and not waste your time with tourist stuff. You do find the good restaurants and the really nice places to go. Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. My coffee's getting a little too cold maybe to do that. Yes, that was on camera. I can't believe I should have ducked off of camera. I can't believe I did a Tim Tam slam on camera. Dang. Okay, well now I'm addicted. Now it's going to be, you're going to tune in next week and I'm just going to be shaking. There'll be empty packages of Tim Tams everywhere and discarded coffee cups, and I'll be diabetic by that point. Oh man, that's insane. Yeah, I think it was Dolly. Dolly told me about that, and we either ate the cookies too fast or we didn't make coffee in time, and so she didn't show. She explained it, but she didn't show us. And oh, that's great. But we would have done it probably with Irish coffee, so it would have been even better. Dang. Yeah, very good. So did you learn about that from a Kardashian? no, Natalie Imbruglia. That's who's demonstrating it on the website here. Wow. So I don't know. Yeah, because Dolly's British, and I thought these were an Australian cookie, but I'm sure I'm sorry, I'm gonna make some noise here. Sure they export. Yeah, made in Australia. Yeah, so they must share them. They're really good though. They had a this is sad, but they had a variety pack of these at the Japanese Costco. So they had every flavor of Tim Tam in a big box. So that's where that came from. Wow, if I would have known that, I would have slammed every flavor of those before. Hey, Bear. This is supposed to be drawing cartoons, but now it's cookie eating tutorials. Nice. Yeah, woof. That is pretty crazy. So there's like my life before the Tim Tam. Hey, Bear, thank you for the following. No, sorry, I got a little giggly. But yeah, so now there's my life before the Tim Tam Slam and my life after. I guess it's like after you try heroin, that's probably how you feel. Just everything is like turned down. And nothing is ever as good as heroin. Now I'm not going to be able to eat a Tim Tam just straight anymore. I'm going to have to be heating something. Dang. But yes, hello to Twitch. There we go. Oh, there we go. Cool. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Yeah, this was supposed to be writing a cartoon, but I took a break. I took a coffee break, and things went to hell. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have to leave Japan if I want to do a heroin live stream. Thank you, Bear. It's it's been hell in the summer. It's been hell wearing a mask in the summer and having this beard, but we're getting to more beard-like, a beard-friendly season, so it's actually much better. But all right. Wow, crazy. Okay, so the two cartoons we have. Yeah, so this one, I'm not sure where that's where that's going. I need like a little American flag or something if it's going to be if I'm going to make a polling place joke, don't I? Yeah, I'll probably. Yeah, I'll have to do something depending. All right, but this is an election joke, obviously. It's pretty heavy-handed, but let me see. Let me swap my tablet for the keyboard. All right. So, okay, so this was kind of a two choices, right? Yeah, so what's the cliche is like the least worst, the two bad choices. Yeah, I guess it's not a very friendly, a very kid-friendly image. Yeah, that's right, yeah. And it is. It's cartooning with a silly message. Yeah, that's true. I don't have any age restriction or anything on Twitch, so who knows what little kid might stop by. All right, so I didn't actually finish. I didn't do any of the shading. I was wondering why they look so bright and kind of floating. Let me do that real quick before we have to write this. Nice. Oh, that's good. I don't think I'm violating anybody below 13 with bad cartoon ideas. Yeah, I should do that. That would be fun. I'll do some collection of fruit cartoons. Thank you, Yum. It's fun to... And that was just a suggestion. That was just Joe saying, draw an orange, and it's stuck. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's right. So I got so involved in doing these flames that I didn't finish anything else. Yeah, there's like 10 layers of flame and smoke. And nothing. So just a little cast shadow to put these on the ground. There we go. And maybe, yeah, some edges. Ooh, that looks nice. I just snagged that little fire color on the edge of the box. I'm sure you're not going to see that when I reduce it down to web resolution, but yeah. Okay, there we go. Now they're kind of there. All right. So they were the 2 worst and only choices. There we go. Murderous weapons and medieval torture. Well, if it can be found in the home, I guess that works. Thank you, Bear Bear. All right. Let me... Okay, let's just start with this. The 2 worst and only choices. Yeah, it always feels like that with the American elections, that campaign season is so ugly that by the time it comes to election day, it's hold your nose and vote. That's weird. I guess less so now because people are really polarized between 2 opinions, and maybe they're feeling that a lot less. They're just feeling so anti. You know, a vote for me is a vote against that guy. Is a vote not for them. Oh no, Mark Hamill's long lost twin brother. Nice. Oh, I already told this. This is my Comic-Con story, but I had a table at the San Diego Comic-Con one year, and was selling some of my comics and books, and also some of my friends. And I work for I'm the webmaster on R.C. Harvey, his website, and he's a cartoonist, but also like a historian and writer about cartoons. And somebody came to the table wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, and was going through one of R.C. Harvey's books, and we were just talking about comics and history. And I was telling him, you know, he has a whole website that he posts, you know, weekly, writing about comics and cartoons. And we talked for like 5 minutes, and like was creeping up on me. Like his voice was like eerily familiar. It was like really, really bugging me, like how familiar the guy's voice was. And just talked back and forth. He was flipping through the book, and it's like, okay, thanks, and walked away. And as soon as he walked away, I was like, that was Mark Hamill. Holy shit. So, but they do that. That's that weird thing, though, that weird LA thing where if somebody wears sunglasses and a baseball cap, you somehow like don't immediately recognize them. So it takes you a little bit. And his voice was like killing me. And the recognition literally hit me the second that he turned and walked away. And I wouldn't have like said anything. I would have tried to play it cool, but that was so funny to like just sit and have a conversation the whole time and be talking to someone that I would have like gushed about, or like, oh, could you sign this or whatever, if I would have immediately known who it was. But because because he was in that minimal celebrity disguise, I totally didn't know it was him. But yeah, so that's what San Diego Comic-Con used to be like. People would be walking around all the time that, you know, it was amazing to interact with them, and especially like, you know, famous comic book artists and things you had a lot more interaction, and now it's it's very different. But yeah, that was my Mark Hamill story. Yeah, I can't do a good Joker voice though. But yeah, that was amazing. That was so funny, and that's probably happened like more than I even realized. Like standing in line at grocery stores and stuff. A lot of people that I would have recognized. That just because they do the bare minimum to like make it harder to notice them. But yeah, so he was a regular for a while at that show, and then that show became all like super Hollywood. They had all the reveals for the Marvel movies and stuff. So I think by like 2007, it totally changed and wasn't like a fun kind of random place to be anymore. Like you could only see celebrities and things, at the autograph sessions and at the big panels, the big ballroom panels and stuff. But it used to be much more interactive, and I guess they could walk around without being, harassed as much because it wasn't such a huge event. Yes, Among Us. Yeah, I've got to play that. I'm really curious. I've just seen a few streams and videos about it, but yeah, I'm curious. I don't think my friend list on Steam is big enough to get a whole game together though. All right, the two worst and only choices. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Bear. That's Werther's originals. Yes. Oh, dang. Where are you? If you see, where are you based? That's crazy. Because that's getting really sensitive now, like putting people on camera and stuff. Wow. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder what kind of stuff is going to come up, and there may even be like changes, at least on like local levels, changes to election day rules depending on what kind of misbehavior. Because now, yeah, everyone's got cameras, and you can really harass people. Yeah, but there was some story. Yeah, there was some story where somebody was like giving some somebody instructions and was and I think it was a polling place worker, but they were sticking their head in the voting booth and telling them, how to do it, and like then saw who they voted for and like commented on it. So yeah. Oh, cool. All right. Bears in the UK. Yeah. So yeah, you just you just missed the Tim Tam Slam. Oh, right. Nice. Yeah, California. I wonder. I wonder what will be going on. But yeah, it's a very, very different because social media is at such a, it's the height of its power, and people can cause plenty of trouble with cell phone cameras now. All right, the worst, and there's got to be something. Something more. Nice. Oh, yeah, you're Oregon. Okay, that's right. Because Sedona was on earlier, and I thought I had it in my head that she was Oregon. That's you, the Bunny Man. Bunny Man Bridge, live in your. Oh, nice. Nice. All right. So, choice not. Yeah, that fire is not great, is it? I'm not gonna. I won't mess with it. Okay. It wasn't much of a choice. A Ford Raptor? No, I don't drive a Ford Raptor. Bear. Uh, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they're gonna have to start really making, and the more rules and the more yeah difficult it is to vote, the less people are gonna vote. I mean, that's like the whole ID thing and everything. I do not drive a Subaru either. All right. Let's see. Two very unfortunate choices. Boy. Ferrari. Let's see. Bugatti. How did you guess? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's the funny thing though is Japan has a luxury car obsession, and the taxes, like the kind of luxury tax on import cars, even just like standard German cars, Mercedes and BMWs it's insane. It doubles the price in some cases on the lower end models. The tax is insane. It's like if you're gonna drive a luxury car, you have to go as high as you can, as big as you can, because the tax is so ridiculous that you're incredibly penalized. So if you're just driving the little, entry level economy version, it's so pointless because they make all of those. Like Audi makes like an A1, probably for Europe as well, but a little tiny. It's a little tiny like 3-door, like a 2-door with a hatchback. Makes really tiny little cars, but the price is just nonsense. And I think they do that to protect their domestic market, so that you really have to want it. Wow. Yeah, they might be. China might be really strict about emissions too, because they have such air quality problems. But yeah, Japanese people are very loyal to their cars. But just like anything else, the foreign things are kind of status, or like I'm more worldly or international. So some people like have an obsession. And actually, there's a lot of French cars here. Both Citroen and Renault have dealers. There's car dealers here. So you see a lot more French cars than I thought I would ever see. All right, two bad choices. Yeah, maybe I should have done A and B instead of 1 and 2. Yeah, right. There's not going to be much left in the boxes. They're both on fire. Hopes and dreams. Yeah, right. They two choices that involved. Let's see. Or it was something about like it was past the point. Yeah, past the point of whether it was a good or bad. Yeah, good or bad choice. Or lesser of two evils. Oh yeah, that's the cliche that I was thinking about. The lesser of two evils. I think. Or neither choice offered. Neither choice seemed to offer. Let's try something a little more complicated. Neither choice seemed an end to the madness. I don't know about madness. An end to the. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Oh, I missed you, Joe. Sorry. Hope St. James is good. Oh, and the flames. Yeah. The flames are, yeah, they're very, it's a very Trumpian hairstyle. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Viso got, yeah, kind of the very, yeah, very outside now. It doesn't feel like I have a dog in the race. Yeah. I mean, and basically the only thing, I'm like pretty much single issue now because it's all Asian politics, like yeah, the kind of China dominating the area, and so that's the sad thing is like I'm for whoever will keep China in check. So yeah, that's not that's not an issue that many Americans are too concerned with, but it's a yeah, it's like immediate here because it's like you can almost see, you can see Korea from China, and you can almost see, or from Japan, but you can almost see China, and Russia almost does that thing like with Alaska. The northernmost point of Japan is very near Russia, so like they're all very immediate neighbors. So any nonsense is like right in our backyard. Neither choice. All right. Yeah, I don't think madness. Maybe chaos. It's better. Neither choice seem to offer an end to the chaos. It's not great. I wanted something better. Anime waifus. Yeah. Right, yeah, travel is still I think both ways because I had to give up visiting family this year because I don't think there's a good way to get between the US and Japan. If you don't have a business reason, then you're quarantined on both sides, I think. Yeah, so very miserable. Uh, I don't know. I mean, uh, from the friend that I have that works for the Asian shipping, like does the cargo shipping and things, said that definitely there was an effect on the Chinese market with the little games that Trump was playing with tax or the tariffs and things, playing around with import taxes. That definitely affected, and probably was the only thing in the history of this boom that they've had that has affected them at all. And also they're kind of China seems to be in a little bit of a difficult position because they can't get away with the insanely cheap labor that they were doing in the past, because everyone is kind of being elevated by their economic success. So workers are demanding more, or at least requiring more, higher wages. And so that's starting to push some of the things, especially like clothing manufacture, like textiles and things, into Southeast Asia. And that started years ago. That started maybe like 5 years ago. But it's but yeah, I don't know. I mean, there haven't been any incidents, and there hasn't been any real saber rattling or diplomacy like back and forth between the U.S. and China over specific incidents. So I don't know who would actually be a better choice at this point. But just the kind of the record of both Bush Jr. and Obama, they both let China get away with moida, at least trade-wise. So I don't know. I don't think any American president would let China completely run wild just because they have so many interests, political interests, South Korea and Japan, and military, in places. But I don't know. I don't know who would be actually, like, when push comes to shove and troops land in Taiwan or whatever. I don't know who would be the better choice as far as like who would react stronger or have the ability to I don't know if Trump would have the ability to kind of build a coalition to resist that, or who would be a better example. Yeah, right. Just quarantining, yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed your. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Joe, that kills me. That's the funniest thing about all of the MAGA hats and everything. It's all made in China. That, like, the first thing he should have done, if he's like going to be like, we're bringing manufacturing back to America and blah blah blah, is literally make that cheesy, his gear, his goods, his apparel in America. I mean, how hard can that be? And it's all made in China. That's insane. So there's a Chinese factory where people are embroidering "Make America Great Again" on hats. That's insane. That image has got to be, yeah, too funny. Yeah, obviously, I think you might be right. Hey, Bear. Yeah, take care. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, I think we're at the point where, yeah, China's got most of the world by the whats. So I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, that's just so funny. And I don't think anybody's called him on that either. Like, that would be a real simple thing to make all this like rah rah America stuff that he's doing look so false. Well, and I mean, just revealing and talking more about his international business, or now his family's international business, would make all that look like bullshit too. All right. So I think I talked about that before. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner. The first thing, when I think this was when he was, I think he'd just become president, or was just the Republican candidate or whatever. But they were talking about, or they showed pictures of like the little ballroom investment meetings that he was managing, I think at hotels in China, where invest in New Jersey real estate and get a green card, basically. So, they weren't selling influence. They were selling, not citizenship. They were selling visas. They're peddling residency or whatever. So, and I'm not sure if that, if that continued on, but there was documentation of those kinds of meetings. That's the kind of business that they were doing in China, is trying to sell stuff. Nice. Yeah, and that's a really obvious. that's a no-brainer. I mean, you don't. So, and it's probably because he wanted to make money on those stupid hats. And yeah, that was easily the biggest, like, what the fuck have we gotten into, when during the acceptance speech or whatever, after Trump had won last election, and he was on stage, and there was a little glass case with one of those stupid hats in it. Like, that's insane. Like, that was so fetishy and weird and like almost cult like this is the gear of our cult. And he wanted to make money, so he made them in China, because then you would make a profit. It's crazy. Yeah, so that's got to be really hard. I can't imagine. I mean, it sucks being kind of forced to be not being able to visit my family, but I couldn't imagine not being able to see my wife because of the quarantines or whatever. That's insane. Yeah. Hmm. Oof. Let's see. Oh, that's right. That other phrase that I really liked is the long national nightmare. What was that? So maybe neither choice seemed to offer an end to our long national nightmare. That's a little too clumsy. I like the national nightmare. uh, yeah, it's really, really odd. All right. Well, the polls have been open in places for a little while now. I can't believe you can vote at like 12:01. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so all of the U.S. They have been open. Wow. Hmm. So neither choice. I guess that's close. Madness, chaos. I don't know. Let's figure this other mess out here. Okay, a polling place. A yikes. Yeah, this one's coming out the 2 days after the election, so it shouldn't be too. Uh-oh. Really? Let me check. Oh my god. Evisu, you're getting censored like crazy. Sorry. Wow. why, why is it this so funny? Yeah. Mm-mm. Oh, jeez. Oh, that really sucks. If you so, man. Sorry, I didn't mean and another one. Sorry, both sides are fine. Come on, YouTube. We're all adults here. We're over 13 at least, or no, I guess it's Twitch. But censoring everything. Yeah, that really sucks. And it sucks, yeah, to be apart for any reason. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't think... I think we're going to be, like, 4 years from now, we're still going to be in the exact same situation where there won't be whatever. We're just going to be, you know, like, as... I just mean in the sense that everything will be so heavily contested, and so everyone will be so furiously on their own side, and that's not, I don't know, that's not going to help anything. But I really felt that. After I left Los Angeles, I felt, because we stayed in kind of rural Illinois for a year before we moved to Japan, and I really felt the can I say that? Being Jesus, condescended, being condescended to, the condescension of people, like any New York or LA people. It's like, oh, you live in the middle of the country where all the idiots are. That was really brutal. And I mean, because so many people leave, like so many people in New York and LA are transplants, that they're not from there, but they, acquire this kind of eliteness or this attitude. And that was really disappointing, because that's never going to be remedied unless people stop, they remember where they're from, they remember their roots, and at least acknowledge that there's something good about that way of life or that part of the country or whatever. Then this is just going to stay more and more polarized. It's crazy though. Yeah, it's the quarantines and everything are making it impossible. International everything is impossible, because I just can't do business wise and everything. It's just I can't do anything now, so it's pretty brutal. Yeah, I feel for you very much. Oh, sorry. If you said that's a really miserable situation. All right. I have no idea. I don't think, polling place. So maybe just like a more general. Yeah. I think that's what everybody needs, is to just deal with, if we've got low fatality rates, let's just suck it up and try to get normal again. And that was the really cool thing this weekend. So Saturday afternoon, I walked around the electronics area, and it was kind of like it used to be, like just people were out, and it was a warmer, it was like a okay fall day, not too hot, not too cold, and it started to feel normal, like the amount of people around and everything. I mean, still everyone was masked, but that's not very unusual looking here. And it started to feel like people were doing normal kinds of things again. So I hope that that can just happen. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows what, if anything, is going to change. This election may mean nothing. All right, so something about yeah, something about forces beyond their control. They were. Am I doing another they? Okay. Forced into. Not forced. Stunned. So I like by forces beyond their control. Hmm. Damn. Yeah, Joe, that's a good point. I hope that if they do a national requirement, or they're going to start to require some mandate or whatever to require masks, that there's not going to be mask protests. Because there were, right before the lockdown, that was people were starting to protest having to wear masks. There's somewhere where they did some. So, that'll just get stupid. Yeah, it's not easy. And that's the whole United States structure where people have different ways of life, different thinking, but need to operate, under the same federal government. So the states, states' rights and states' mechanisms are supposed to, be able to survive the different needs, or be able to provide for the different needs of different areas. And yeah, I don't know if that works. Something about inaction or not being able to do something. Are we okay? Yeah. This is a really weird one. I'm not sure what I was trying to do. Sorry. Yeah, it could just be a workplace. Yeah. their workplace or the workplace. The workplace was changed. Actually, there's not even workplaces anymore. Yeah, there's a really crazy photo in the kind of business district or one of the business districts in Tokyo. The two buildings, two office buildings that contain the mostly internet companies. One was all bright and lit up and had like Mixi and a few of the bigger online or internet companies in Japan, domestic ones. And the other building was Google Japan. And the entire building, or almost all of the building, was Google Japan. It was completely dark. So there was a completely lit up, completely working late, working till 10, 11 o'clock. Building lit up and one turned off. And all of the Google workers were sent to work from home until like June of next year. And all the domestic company workers were hard at work in their office. So that's the business culture that you have to physically be there. Business culture, they're having a hard time accepting the remote work thing, but also the fact that they want things to be as normal as possible. So almost the Japan just wants to get back to things being normal, so people are in their offices because that's normal. Yeah, there was a really funny contrast. So the photos looked insane. It looked like one building just had a power outage. I don't know. I guess the workplace. Yeah, I guess we just put cobwebs on everything because no one's been there for a while. It's not very funny, is it? Let's see. $1.5 million. Oh man. The funny thing is, what is this like? It's getting close to a year. It's like at least 10 months since people had any sort of samples of this virus, and they still don't know what they're dealing with. Like, exactly. Yeah, it's really bizarre. And I think that's the frustrating part. You kept hearing so much from politicians saying, trust the facts and trust the science about all of this, when they're just like, trying to discredit their opponents or, local politicians or whoever, whatever they were saying. But the science is not a savior, and science is not fast, and science is not perfect. It's very trial and error, hit and miss, and, kind of blunder your way through until your best guess proves correct. And I think that's been a little disillusioning, disenchanting. It's made people realize, wow, yeah, there isn't a pill that's going to save us. There isn't some magic company that's going to save us from all of this, because they're all blundering through their figuring out what we're dealing with. So that's been a real it's probably good ultimately, because I think like big pharma and pharmaceutical companies and things have a little bit too much of a stranglehold on certain aspects of our healthcare, but at the same time it makes people feel even less secure because there isn't some guy in a lab coat that's going to fix things. All right. Yeah, maybe just sad and weird is how it's gonna be. Forces beyond their control. Yeah, okay. I think that's all I'm gonna be able to do with that one. What about our choices here? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's crazy. And I'm really curious. Yeah, yeah, it's so strange. Well, because I think unfortunately, like the Dr. Fauci was just, they tried to use him as a political tool, and when it proved that they're not so efficient, like scientists aren't so efficient and so reliably partisan that it didn't work out. Yeah, didn't work out very well. It's very frustrating that we haven't had like a voice of reason or any, but because there really isn't, there isn't any way to know what to expect. Hmm. Yeah. All right. Hmm. Both choices seem to have some drawbacks. Both choices. Hmm. Trump's daughter. I think she could totally handle the the situation. It's insane. Yeah, I can't believe with, because that was the first like shocking thing about the Trump presidency is how his kids were just involved in things that were like, well, wait, don't you have some kind of security clearance to be in this meeting or sitting where you are or talking to who you're talking to? And so the subject of kids and nepotism and all that good stuff came up very obviously and very early in his uh, term as president, and now it's come up again as far as like using your kids to collect checks from foreign powers. So why aren't we like deeply questioning this and saying, okay, politicians, if they make a cent above their salary, their whatever they're paid for their position, they need to be investigated, and they need to find out exactly what all this money is tied to and what companies and shell companies that it went through to get to them and everything. But that'll never happen. But it's just, yeah, it's so funny that that's been a theme. Got to get your kids out there working that grift. Oh, all right. So no, that's funny. Well, as long as his daughter wears a white lab coat, we can believe anything she says. Oof. Mm. So, still trying to come up with a bad choice joke. Option. So a second option, or no. Yeah, choices would be 1 and 2, or would it be A and B, wouldn't they? Not 1 and 2. I'm thinking about that. Let me try that. I think that might work better. Oh, things are slowing down. There we go. How does that? Yeah, it looks pretty good. What's going on? Oh, there it is. I forgot. This multiple monitor thing is not making it easy. So if we get rid of this, let's just try. Oof. And turn that into pixels. And doing the same thing we did with the numbers, just making them look more like they're on the box. Maybe not so wide, sorry. This is the exciting part. I'm sure the later it gets, the less fun this is to watch. So just a little less intense. Huh. Yeah, maybe A and B works better. So we'll do that here too. Oh, it remembers the color as well. So why can't I do that? All right. Wow. Oh, sorry, I missed. Wow. Oh, yum. That's awesome. That's very good. A dull choice. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, dull. That's really good. A dull choice. Yeah, something about it. It would something. Yeah, like yeah, dull is really good. One more. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's really. Can't believe that's just become such a standard practice. Let's just send your kids out to collect for the family pot. I mean, that means you have to have big families. Well, Trump's like twice divorced too, so he's got kids for days from previous marriages. Ugh. Yeah, it's crazy. Yes, I really like that yum, the dull choice. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. Yeah, something about... Oh, sorry. Mm. To offer to the chaos. Sorry. No problem. It's a late one. I don't blame you. Yum, it's getting late. But we're getting well into election day. I can feel the polls filling up with very frustrated, disappointed people. That's really good, though. I like that. Yearning for a dull choice. You're yearning for the days of more unimportant choices. Whoa. Yeah, a little bit bigger is good. Yeah, this is a longer one. Dull choice. Yeah, I can't. The damn. They missed the days where the days of dull choices. The less about at least, let's see, at least yes, that's very true. If you're asleep, you won't know. I think that's a good approach. Yeah, I'll be sleeping through most of election day too, I guess. That's funny. Uh-oh. Joe's going to watch every state turn a color on that map. Yeah, I wonder, what's the, I think it's CNN that has the big touch screen, or at least one of those years. They were like touching things on the screen. Wow. we'll get to see them. Oh, that's right, because they would have somebody come up and say, so if it's this state, this state, this state, then this is the pathway to, but it's this, and they keep like flipping the colors of states back and forth. I can't wait. But it all hinges on Florida. Except if yeah, I think they did that right up to the very end, last presidential election, where they're like, but still, if we can do this, and then maybe. Yeah, maybe they missed the days of uneventful choices. Uneventful? Why do I keep putting a U in choices? I like dull choices, but oh, maybe this needs a comma. Does it? I don't know. They missed the days of dull, uneventful choices. Meaningless? Dull, meaningless choices. No, uneventful maybe is good, because if the yeah, they missed the days of dull, uneventful choices. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure everybody has to have their amazing technology to show. Oh, that's insane. That's really weird, the rise of cable news and how it's become, such a brainwashing operation. Yeah. It's the days of dull, uneventful choices. I don't know. Nostalgia for not flaming. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, the rhythm of it is not of uneventful choices. Yeah, I seem. Let's see. So they missed the days of. Oh, yeah, just uneventful might be good. Uneventful choices. They miss the carefree days of uneventful choices. The do we want something on describing the days? They missed those. Yeah. Uneventful choices is nice. Uneventful. Oh, man. Yeah, right. That's right. Oh, man. Yeah, that was the Bush campaign guy. Yeah, just go, but wait. But if New Hampshire, and then if you, there's always some like weird combination. It's still possible. This is still possible. What was it, Romney? Was it second the against Obama the second term? If Romney can turn Delaware and Oh man. Yeah, I love how it's always like mathematically possible until every state is declared. There's still a combination. Uh, oh man, I cannot sit through that. I'm joining Yum and I'm gonna sleep through that whole thing. That's just nuts. Uh, uh, all right. Something. I don't. I guess I don't want to push it too far. The wonderful days. The long lost, long lost days of uneventful choices. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's the thing too. Is people around. You know, if everyone around you is voted a certain way and you still lose your state, it's like, is this voting thing working? Is this thing on? Is this thing? Does it even matter? What am I doing? Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, the popular vote was. Yeah, but we'll get rid of that electoral college every time. It's just funny. I mean, the just hearing things go back and forth, even with the like the Supreme Court nominations and stuff, where they are saying, no, they shouldn't be making this decision. They should wait until after the election. And then the next time it's like, no, we should definitely make this decision now. We shouldn't wait for the election. It's like, well, why? Why do you have a completely opposite opinion when it's politically favorable to you? Well, you see, it's different now because I wasn't benefiting as much. But yeah, it's always if you keep losing because of those numbers, it's like, well, we got to get rid of the electoral college. That's the reason that we're not winning. Or just like the rules that were changed for the Supreme Court nominees, the straight whatever they call it, the simple vote or whatever, simple majority vote and no filibuster. That would have stopped what at least two of Trump's nominations if they could have if they had those rules still, if they didn't eliminate those to get another previous pick through. It's all nonsense. You just try to like bolt the door behind you, like you got to get through the door and just bolt it behind you before your rivals make the same use of that door. All right. They missed the long ago days. The long lost days. Long lost makes it sad, doesn't it? Long lost. Let me. Long lost, yeah, long forgotten hyphen. Yeah, so that should be long lost. Should be hyphenated, maybe. Keep the grammar Nazis off my neck. They miss the long lost days of uneventful choices. Right, yeah. California is and will always be safely blue. Just too many big cities. It's funny, the states like Pennsylvania, where they have Philadelphia, they have a big blue city like Philadelphia, but they've got so much else that it's enough. It's enough other counties and things to swing a vote, and it's all that's Pennsylvania's part of the or was, part of the Rust Belt and everything. I guess that, like Western Pennsylvania was involved in all the same nonsense that Ohio and Indiana went through. Indiana? I guess it was part of the. So that's all dead manufacturing. So yeah, and a lot of AM radio, conservative talk, AM radio. They miss the. How are we feeling about Long Lost? Yeah, I think it makes it more. Yeah, the Long Lost Days of Uneventful Choices. Yeah, I like the rhythm of that. Yeah, it's crazy. I just wish. Yeah, I wish there was more. Oh, there can't be. I mean, there will not be in our current state. Like I was saying, it's just too. You have to be tribal, and you have to have people reinforcing your beliefs because it's too random and chaotic without that kind of reassurance. But yeah, I wonder how much more we can take of this. Yeah. Okay, well, while I'm still doing this, let me try to blur the white part. See if that helps. A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It reads as fire, but it doesn't look very nice. Yeah. Yeah, but I think the strength of the American, well, like I was talking about before, the strength of the American political system is you can lose, and you can have a horrible person come in and loot and pillage the government, but then they have to go away, and the pendulum swings the other way. So it's not irrevocable, although people are talking about 3 Supreme Court nominations is a lot to overcome because of like the lifetime appointment of that position. But a lot of other things that people are upset about can be easily remedied by a different administration. So yeah, I don't know what that making every decision, like every legislative change, everything that happens, so like, oh, this is the end. It's like, no, it's changeable. It can as long as it's not killing your grandmother or making you lose your job or whatever kind of thing, or forcing some huge change in your life. It's all survivable because it shouldn't affect you that much. It shouldn't. There should be any change that they can make that can hurt that badly. But you say that, and then we're talking about like you used to talking about being stuck in the U.S. and not being able to see his girl in Japan. Like that is life-changing, really frustrating stuff. So yeah, it's hard because they are doing that now. They are telling people to stay in their houses, telling people to shut down their businesses and give up their livelihoods. They shouldn't be able to do that. They shouldn't be able to take those kinds of things away from you. It's very frustrating because that should be how government works, is not irrevocable or irreversibly screw you. And but more recently, that's been the way. So I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that yeah, that's the that's it. Uh, yeah, yeah. No, that's very true, and they don't have to even pretend anymore that that's not what they're doing. uh, yeah, yeah. No, I feel for you very much, though. I'm used to dealing with the international stuff because that was I we had the long distance relationship early on, my wife and and I couldn't imagine, yeah, having to be affected in this way. We were just affected by, can't take the time off of work, or yeah, I want to wait until the tickets get cheaper or whatever. Um, and I can't imagine if it was like completely, uh, out of our control. It's insane. Yeah, they were talking about that with people early on because there were so many foreigners in the Wuhan area. They're talking about people forced to, families forced to split up because, like the whoever the American spouse was, they could go back, but the kid and the other spouse had to stay. It's crazy, crazy. Yeah. So yeah, very early on we were feeling that effect. Yeah, that's especially with the local politicians, the thing that's like, yeah, I'm making this rule and there's nothing you can do about it. You have no power on a more, on a more local level. You have no power. The mayor of a city is more powerful than the entire population. Like the desires of the entire population of a city. The mayor is still more powerful. And I thought that was interesting that once they became targeted, like once you had groups of protesters like headed towards mansions or condos or whatever where mayors stayed, I was like, okay, now this is getting serious. Now I have to shut this down. They are just playing with their little amounts of power. That just doesn't make any sense. I don't know why. It seems like you'd have a lot to lose doing that kind of stuff. Workplaces change for everybody, forces be under control. But these are really depressing. They miss the long lost days of uneventful choices. And that's what this year has done. Yeah. Yeah, this chat is an awesome support group. It's a bunch of very wonderfully, empathetic people. That's so nice because the internet feels like there's not much of that, or at least like Twitter and things. Unless you're attacking someone, you don't get any support. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. 98.4 million Americans voted early. Yeah, I wonder what the turnout's going to be. And I wonder if that's a good thing. Like I was saying, like, it's definitely, maybe the incumbent benefits the most from people not voting. But if there's a huge turnout, that's got to be a problem for somebody. Got to vote at there's a drop box. Oh, that's right. They're doing drop boxes because of, the distancing. Boy, it seems like a drop box would be something very easy to tamper with. Just thinking about video rental and even like mailboxes, even though like mailboxes are supposedly protected by federal law. I'm sure ballot boxes are as well, but geez, it seems like that's a really easy thing. Well, yeah, what was that? I literally saw that in LA. There was a little drive-through where you could just stick mail in a mailbox, if you didn't want to go in, if you didn't want to wait in line inside the post office, you could just drive up and stick mail in. And the box was so full that people couldn't get mail in. And so it was just kind of like, hanging out the front of the mailbox. And the car in front of me, I saw them pulling mail out of the mailbox. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna put anything in there. I was like, I was sticking bills or something in there. It's like, yeah, I'm not gonna risk my bills not making it because some psychopath is like stealing mail right in front of me. Ugh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I think that is the biggest hope is that yeah, this will at least make younger people more politically involved and want to make decisions about what's going on and yeah, maybe be a little bit more discerning and not just follow follow a group or follow trends, be more critical of how they're governed. Hmm. Wow. Yeah, that's really crazy. Oh, yeah, I really wonder. That's going to be insane to see the numbers. Yeah, to see the numbers of voters, because that's the thing they talk about is that voter apathy and the way that they can really turn off people, how effectively they can turn people off to both candidates. That people just like, not gonna bother. Hmm. That's amazing. Wow. Yes. The election day live stream. I knew. Oh no. Oh, that's insane. Stolen mailbox keys. Oh, that really sucks. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's pretty ballsy. Well, that's the reason. That's the reason I ended up in L.A. Um, instead of New York. I was living in upstate New York, and my uh, girlfriend, not wife yet, girlfriend, was finished graduate school, and it's like I guess I'll go to graduate school now. So I applied to NYU and uh, School of Visual Arts, and then a couple of West Coast schools. And CalArts was one of them, and got into NYU with big money. They gave me big financial aid. I was like, oh, this is amazing. It was in New York State, so I sent back my acceptance. I got the acceptance. I sent back my acceptance of the acceptance, whatever that's called, and didn't send it notarized or didn't send it the courier or the special signed recorded tracked mail. Just mailed it back. And of course it never fucking, I'm sure New York City mail service is just absolute fucking garbage. And so I sent it back. I'm like, oh wow, I'm going to NYU, this is insane. I'm so happy I get to one of the professors there was a big hero of mine. I loved his writing. And so happy to go there. So we were starting to look for apartments. So we're looking around Brooklyn and places that we could afford, and figuring out if we needed to share, and if there were we had friends in New York that we might have been able to share with to make things cheaper. And I was in contact with somebody in the registrar's office, and they were talking about, okay, you need to do this, this, and this. Oh, and we have resources. If you want to use our resources to help find apartments and stuff, we have this and this. And so going back and forth with NYU, so I had it in my head. Yeah, I'm in. This is totally going on. This is great. And for some reason, I needed to. I was calling about like what was the first day of orientation, or what did I was there something I needed to do to meet specifically with the department before it started, and I called the specifically the animation department, the film department, animation department, and said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be going to be graduate student next year, and I wanted to see you about this and this." And like, who are you? What are you talking about? No. We never got your acceptance. You're not in this program. And it was they only had 3 spots. There were only 3 open spots, and because my acceptance never made it there, they never like confirmed with me. They never got in touch with me. Just never heard from me. So they just gave my spot away. But I was talking to the school and like completely convinced that I was going to be there. And they just said, who the hell are you? And no, we gave your spot away because we never heard back from you. So my acceptance was lost in the mail. And I just had to suddenly say, oh shit. Okay. Where else did I get into? I guess I'm going there. And no financial aid, no like anything, just like full tuition, and like, shit. But luckily my brother was going to school in Los Angeles. So we ended up rooming together for the at the very beginning. But that was just life changing. Like some jackass like throwing my letter in the gutter or whatever, or just like going and getting high and like not delivering the mail that day and it just getting lost, like changed my whole future. It was like, instead of East Coast, I was like now totally West Coast, and I probably wouldn't be in Japan. Like I definitely wouldn't be in Japan if I went to NYU. There's no way. I would have been thinking totally differently. And that was insane. I was like completely convinced that that was happening. And just to have that, who the hell are you? What are you talking about? And so I like wrote letters to everybody that I could at the school and said, can you make one more position, one more spot for this? I accepted this. Obviously my thing wasn't received. My confirmation letter wasn't received. And it's like, no. So all I had to do was like, send it the registered mail is what I'm thinking. Send it registered mail, and it probably would have been fine. But instead I was like, I'm in New York. It's right there. It's like 3 hours away. I could drive it to the city, but totally lost. Yeah, it's one of those destiny things though. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it finally shut up. Yeah, like the next year they're like, who's this guy? Why does he think he's going to this school? Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. Certified. Thank you, Joe. God damn. I gotta be watching the chat. Yeah, I can't believe I was just so naive. I was like, oh, it's gonna be fine. And I thought that, even if they didn't receive my confirmation, that there would be some system where they would double check, where they would just make sure, because it was only 3 spots. It was only 3 people. And it was insane. Yeah. So it's just like, I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I was living dirt poor. So like the $20 or whatever it would have cost to register the letter felt like a lot. So I'm just like, I'm in New York. It's fine. I'll just send it. I'll just send it in the mail. Because what could possibly go wrong? That was the last thing I was thinking, right? What could possibly go wrong? Yeah. So I ended up in California and lost that wife pretty damn fast after we got to California. Ugh. Yikes. Oh, man. But, yeah, very funny. Yeah, but totally different career and everything. Because that was the overwhelming thing is I didn't expect that. I didn't expect Los Angeles to be like it was. And having, went to school previously in Chicago and then been in upstate New York and stuff, I was more used to kind of East Coast thinking and people saying no and that you suck and you don't have any talent and you're not high, you're not working here, more direct criticism. And once I got to LA and everyone's like, yes, yes, yes. And, oh, you're amazing. This is wonderful. And then they don't call you back because they can't say something negative to your face. That was really hard. That was a really big culture shock, hard to adapt to. So I thought things were going so amazingly well when I first got to LA because no one would tell you no. It's just, you never got a call back. So like applying for jobs and things was, yeah, really crazy. And how people steal stuff in LA is really crazy too. No, I just panicked. I was just all like, just like, okay, well, I got to do so. And I don't know why. Why didn't I just say, okay, fuck graduate school? That would have been a much better choice. Is just say, okay, let's decide, somewhere else to go. But I was so my ex was going to graduate school in upstate New York, and I was so miserable there. There was no jobs. I was doing all these garbage, like really, really bad hourly jobs there, and just wanted to get the hell out of there, and needed some kind of reason to relocate somewhere. So graduate school seemed like a good idea, and it's a good it's the best choice to like network into whatever industry you want to be in, because those people are going to go immediately in just a few years immediately into whatever. But yeah, that was crazy. It was just like, what is this? How can this possibly happen? But yeah, it worked out. I mean, I wouldn't have the daughter. My older daughter wouldn't exist, and maybe I would have never gotten married. Maybe I would never gotten married and never had kids if I went to New York. That's possible. Mm. Yeah, yeah. If you said that's it's crazy. And that was the other thing too is that is very, and maybe it's not only LA, but the first time I ever encountered it in LA was a guy, especially a guy with a lot of money, will hit on your wife like right in front of you, and if you get heated at all, he's like, "Oh, no, no, I didn't mean anything." But they will totally, like, it's like just shamelessly do really, like, be really aggressive and really flirtatious, like right in front of you, to your wife or girlfriend, of like some in some social situation. And you're just like, dude, if that freaks you out, or if you get pissed off about that at all, then something's wrong with you. that was another big like culture shock thing, where it's just like, what the hell is going on? Like, why is this a normal thing? Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, definitely colder and angrier. I think I would have been a much angrier person if I lived in New York. Uh, yeah, it's crazy. Uh, yeah, but yeah, and that is really funny, because I wouldn't have had any connection or reason to ever go to Japan or really visit Asia at all if I wouldn't have been on the West Coast. Because it just, for some reason, I mean, you're just surrounded by so much more Asian culture and food and whatever. Um, Maybe not as much now. Maybe now, especially like Japanese stuff is pretty ubiquitous all over the U.S. But yeah, it just felt very, yeah, much easier, much closer, and the time difference and stuff is a little bit less, so it's not so ridiculous to travel. Yeah, I don't know, funny things, but yeah, that was a really weird kind of destiny thing where yeah, I could have made could have made better decisions. Oh man. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, yeah. Yes, that's just so crazy. Mm. Yeah, and the really bad habit that I fell into was everything being like a network opportunity. So you don't just like go someplace You don't go to a party, or you don't go out to dinner with people and just like chill and have a nice time and talk about nothing. You're always talking about business and trying to work something out and, like, collaborate on something or connect yourself with somebody. Oh, somebody who knows, this guy, this guy. That was really, really bad. And I didn't notice that until I came to Japan and started meeting some of my wife's friends, and like kept trying to, like, what am I doing? I'm trying to like network with her like university friends or whatever. It was really weird. It's like, that's a really disgusting thing that feels very LA, where you don't just socialize and enjoy yourself. You're always trying to, work on the next thing. That was very, very weird. But yeah, but I met people, because a lot of people are from California that are in Japan as well, so they'll do that same thing. So I met a few foreigners that would do the exact same thing. They were like, yeah, we should start this thing and do this. And yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, very funny. Wow. Yeah, I haven't told that story before, so that's funny. That's what these long streams, these long live streams, make you do, is talk about stuff that you forgot. Yeah, but all of those injuries and mistakes and everything, it's like that makes sense. So yeah, so if I didn't go to LA and get divorced, this cartoon would not exist. So I would not be on this live stream, and I wouldn't know all of you wonderful people. That's insane. Yeah, that's really funny to think about, because this cartoon is like, its origin is depression and divorce. So that's very funny. It all kind of is connected. Crazy. All right. Well, what's going on? I guess it's a see if anybody is live streaming yet on YouTube election nonsense. Just me. Not election based. Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's nothing to talk about until the sun comes up anyhow. Or no, wait, no good video to take. Wow. Wow, 320. Oh yeah. That's crazy. Eyes. Can you put eyes on the oh, I see. On this one. Sorry, I was completely Oh, yeah. No, that's a good idea. Damn. This chat. Maybe one size bigger. Or is it? Yeah, I guess looking this way. Yeah, you're right. That is awesome. Yes, exactly, Joe. You just figured it out. You just decoded the. Yes. Nice. All right. Well, before everyone falls asleep live on chat, I will get you guys. Joe's doing fine. He doesn't know what you guys are talking about. I'm just gonna slam Tim Tams all night. I don't know what you guys are gonna do, but I got a whole bag of them here. Yeah, yeah, that would be cute. Yeah, a campfire would be very cute. No, that's a good. That was a good call. Yum. That looks awesome. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess. Yeah. It's 8. It's 8:20 here. This is my latest. Yeah, not the longest maybe, but the latest. Because I started so late. Latest stream. Yeah, Visu. Take care. Get some rest and yeah, get through it. It'll hopefully things will change soon, and you can yeah, get some work and get some girl. Get with some girl. Get with your girl as soon as you can. So good luck with that, and I hope things go well. So yeah, Joe and Yum and Ivisu, it was great talking to you, and anybody else watching, and Sedona and K5 and Plexus and everybody that was on. Yeah, and thanks again for the donation, Joe. I'm sure AOC is a big fan. Nice. Yeah, in Japan it's 8:24 p.m. right now, so later evening. So I'm gonna get some dinner and call it an evening. Yeah, I got an early morning, so why not? All right, everybody, take care and stay safe and survive the post-election turmoil. Hopefully there will be none, because cooler heads will prevail. But yeah, good night, everyone, and yeah, thanks again as always. So abusecartoons.com is the website, at abusecartoons on Twitter, and then of course this is both on Twitch and YouTube, as you probably already guessed. So take care, everyone, and see you again next week in a completely different world. And thanks again, Yum, for the Tim Tam Slam suggestion. I am a different person now because of you. All right. Good night, everyone. Take care, stay safe, and see you again soon.